Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hey, hello everyone. Mikey here from the Mikey Sue's 4 channel. I'm just here for a few moments this evening. I know it might be late for some people, so good evening and good morning wherever you are, and good afternoon in certain parts of the world. This will be a brief stream. I just wanted to uh, introduce some information about Indiana Jones 5 that you might not be aware of, but you might be if you go to a theater to see it. Uh, my friend Daniel's Hot Topics just went to see the film in high stereo and ultra experience, and said that he enjoyed it and he loved it. When my wife and I first saw it, we saw it in Ultra Vox, which is like a step just below IMAX, and it was very good. I mean, you know, you can feel the explosions, you can feel the action, and immerse yourself in the entire experience. It almost makes you feel like you're, uh, you know, Indiana Jones. That you're in the role of things that he goes through. So yeah, that's why I'm on here, just to let you guys know. My other personal situations are all resolved. Everything's done, so I won't say much more on that, which is good. It's a good thing. And I love my wife. That's always good. I'll never stop loving my wife, Suzanne. She's a wonderful person, always. And Daniel, if you do come by, oh, there you are. Yeah, it was so amazing. Um, yeah, I agree with you. It was so amazing, great experience seeing the Galaxy Theater. Like I said, we saw it in Ultravox, just below IMAX, and that it was a great experience. Just uh, to see it that way. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me give you the link, and you can pop in, and we can talk about it for just a few minutes. I don't know how long, but I don't want to be on here for too long, so I'll copy it and I'll put it right here for you, right underneath your comment. Sorry, I told you it's late. I've been watching segments about Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Beatles, so like my diverse. Yeah, I love the part in the beginning when Indy was in 1944. Yeah, I absolutely loved it too. Like I said, I wish that Mads Mikkelsen as Voller, when he was Voller in the seats, he should have died. But well, you know.
Hi, Mikey. What's up?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I just got
Yeah,
back from
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You
I
saw
mean,
it from the theater. Yeah, awesome.
yeah. Just like I went to the Galaxy Theater today, my local Galaxy Theater, and oh my God, I saw uh, Dial of Destiny. It was so much better in the theater.
Yeah, it is. Did you see it in Ultra Experience? Like, kind of like you were there, like you felt like you were there.
No, my theater only has like just the regular thing. But I don't get it why this movie is not doing so well. I mean, I remember when I went to see Mario Brothers, which was successful. It made 1.3 billion worldwide. Um,
Yeah, yeah. Now, forgive me,
the
please.
Mario Brothers movie, I was
Yeah,
like the only person in the theater that day.
yeah. Now, forgive me,
But
Daniel. I used to play. I played Mario World when I was a little, when I was a bit younger,
mhm,
and I played the entire game all the way through. Completed it. My dad actually had it on videotape when videotape still existed, and he actually taped me as I won it at the very end of that. Mario World. You remember that, don't you? Mario
yeah,
World.
my first Mario game I ever bought.
Oh, totally cool. Yeah. So I mean, I played the whole thing, completed it, done. My dad just took out his little video camera, shot a little bit, and then he had it on a videotape. That tape's long gone now, but that's I mean that but I have to say I didn't see Super Mario Brothers in the theater. I don't know. I apologize. I didn't see it. So the Super Mario Brothers, but we liked it. We liked it. So So anyway, so tell me about your experience, Daniel.
Well,
How
okay.
much you enjoyed it?
Previously, I just watched it on streaming because
God bless you.
that's all I could do. I couldn't go to the theater to watch it. But today, I asked my parents. I'm like, "Can I go see it in the theater?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, you can go see it in the theater." And I went to my Galaxy theater and I looked at the times, like
Yeah.
when they were showing it, and I had to wait until 3 p.m. to watch it. That was the earliest. That was the
Yeah.
earliest. The other one was at 6 p.m. So, actually, no, it was like 3 p.m. and then 6:30. So I went to the 3 p.m. one, and oh
Yeah.
my god, I gotta tell you, it's so good. The experience, the sound, the picture quality, everything, so
Yes.
beautiful.
Yeah, they did a
And
great job. Like I said, when we went to see it, it was the first one we went to see in the afternoon. I think we went at like 12:30 or something like that. It was very early in the afternoon, so there wasn't a lot of people in the theater. But like I said, we wanted to do the Ultra Vox experience. Where you could feel the vibrations, you could feel the explosions, you could feel the sound. All of that. It
oh, it
was
sounds great.
highly, yeah, it was. It was highly enhanced. So if I want to see a premiere of something, I want it to be enhanced like that. I want to see something of that nature. And like I said, for the entire film, it was wonderful just to see. I mean, yeah, I can understand why people hate it initially because they're not understanding uh, why he goes back in time to 1944. Well, in order to get the movie and the plot started, you got to go back to a starting point, and well, that's the first time they encountered Voller.
Hmm.
Mads. So I'm just like, that's fine. I was fine with that. I mean, yeah, before, Mads not unlike Indiana Jones, should have bit it. I mean, when he hit that signal light from the train,
Oh yeah, he should have been
you
dead.
know,
He should have been dead when hit by a train. Yeah,
the
I mean you can
train
hear it. You can
guns,
actually hear it.
he has nine
Bang.
lives of some kind, and he survived. Oh, for sure. You can hear that thump. Are you kidding me?
Hmm.
I was like, he's dead. He's dead. His head's decapitated. He hit that thing. You could hear that thump with
Hmm.
the ultra experience. And I was like, oh my man, wow. Okay. And then, well of course then he comes, we see him again, he's back you know. Um and what was the other thing? Did you know that his head henchman, Boyd Holbrook, is the son of the late Hal Holbrook? Did you know that?
What, the blonde one?
Yeah, that's Boyd.
Wait,
Yeah.
wasn't he in Logan? Oh yeah, I think he was in Logan.
He was in Logan too, yeah. He was one of the catalysts that was trying to hunt down Logan's so called daughter that has
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
same. Yeah, that was him.
Oh yeah,
I was.
he was the one that she knocked out, right?
Yeah, oh, right, supposedly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Boyd. Yeah, that's Hal Holbrook's son. Yeah, I was like, oh wow, okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't even realize he was in it until I read the credits. I was like, oh, that's Hal's son. I thought that was awesome. So yeah, um, my friend, it seems like you, me, and my wife are probably the only three people that really enjoyed this film.
Yeah.
Enjoyed the experience of it, and what it entailed, and yeah, the other part that I agree with you with was that Antonio Banderas should have had more airtime. It's so bad
Yeah.
that he died so early. I mean,
Like
you and I.
Bowler just killed Zorro, and I hated that. I was like,
Oh, I hated
why'd you
that
do that?
part.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because
I hope he
you
had
know,
kids. I hope he had kids to
uh,
continue his family line.
I hope so. Well, at least we know that Sala, got to survive, and
Yeah,
that was
because
a cool.
maybe it's
Yeah,
for the best. Maybe it's for the best that Indy said to told Solid to stay behind because if he came, he probably would have died.
yeah, Sala would have died too. And then what does Indy do? He's
Yeah.
already lost his son in Vietnam. He lost his dad. He lost Marcus.
Hmm.
Now he loses his friend. Wait. Now, what was Antonio Banderas's name in that movie in
I
Indy.
forgot.
Oh
Well,
crap!
he lost Toby Jones' character,
Yeah, you lost Basil.
Basil.
Oh
Yeah.
wow. Yeah. Hold on. If you'll give me 1 minute or a
Mhm.
couple minutes, I'll look it up here on the IMDb or on Google. Let's see. What was Antonio? Because I remember I watched both Antonio Banderas in, well, a couple of movies he did, the Zorro films, and then of course he was in
Mhm.
Spy Kids, and he was great in Spy Kids. Loved
Yeah,
him
and
in
he was
that.
also in Expendables 3.
Yes, as Gogo, yeah, or
Mhm.
Gogo, Golgo. Yeah.
I hope he's in Expendables 4.
I want him to be. I really want him to return, but I don't know if he is going to. According to what I saw in the trailer, there was no sign of him,
Yeah.
and you know, I hope he does. Yeah, there was just no sign. Okay, let's see. I'm looking for the name that he played in there. I appreciate your patience. I am looking. Uh, Let me get my glasses. Sorry. The thing about IMDb is they print so much stuff in small lettering. I can barely see it unless I get my glasses on. Uh oh yeah, Ethan Isidore. That was the name I was trying to come up with the other day with Teddy. I thought he did a good job. I really did. I thought he did a good
Yeah.
job. I really did. Let's see. Let's see here. I'm looking. Yeah, Clabber was Boyd Holbrook.
Hmm.
That was his name, Clabber. Yeah. Uh, wow. They're not even showing his. Because I asked what his character was in the film, but in Archimedes, his name was Nazar Maymarzia. That was his name. And let's see here. Dun, 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 dun. All right, Collider has something here. Uh, Banderas recalls working with Harrison Ford on Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny as a beautiful experience. But he loved that.
Um. Hmm.
Um,
Um. Mikey, you there? Oh, I guess we lost Mikey. I hope he comes back. So, anyways, oh my God, this movie was so good. I mean, I hate it. It could be the final indie movie. I mean, they could pull a fast one on us and say it is the final movie, but it comes in two parts. Dial of Destiny is the part one, and part two could be something else.
yeah, hi PvP. I
Hello.
I
Hi,
just got
PvP.
kicked out. Sorry
And
about that.
yeah, I really want to talk about Dial of Destiny. Like we couldn't the other night because I didn't want to give spoilers, for the
Yeah,
fellow that hadn't seen it. But you guys have obviously both seen it, so
yeah, we both seen it, and we were
it's a
trying to
great
find out.
movie.
Oh no, it is. It's a great film. So I'm now gonna
Yeah.
say four of us all loved it. My wife and all three of us. We all enjoyed it. But I was trying to find out what was Antonio Banderas' small role in the film. What his name was, the character. I don't even know what the character's
Mm.
name was. Do you
Yeah, I'd have to,
remember?
well, thing is, I haven't watched it in almost a week, so my brain cells get fuzzy. But um,
And right, and I was trying to find it. I'm gonna look it up here by IMDb.
oh,
I'm
by the
pretty
way,
sure they're gonna have
did
it
you
down
guys watch
listed
that link to
in the
that channel I
cast.
gave you? Did you watch that link I gave to that channel a few days ago? I can't remember. Was that the channel called New Rock
Um,
Stars, or maybe that was a different one?
New rock stars. I don't. I'm really sorry, sir. I don't recall seeing it.
Okay, maybe that's
Uh,
another one because I
Give me
just
a few
found this
moments.
guy and I watched him. I watched him today after I got home from work, and it's like he gives a great breakdown of Easter eggs and details in like little tiny details in the film that are easy to miss. And he goes on for like 16 minutes. It's really good. Actually, if you don't mind, I'll just post a link.
Even
It's really
IMDb.
good. This guy's really smart. Like he
Yeah,
talks about all the historical stuff, and I was quite impressed, to be honest. So let me see here. I'm just going to post it, and anybody in the
yeah.
chat that wants to
Even
take a look.
IMDb, 1 out of 10 popularity. So it's not very good.
Ronaldo or Ronaldo.
Ronaldo. Okay, my wife just found it. His name was
Oh yeah,
Ronaldo
Ronaldo.
in the
Yeah.
film. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Okay.
Hmm. He was an awesome character. It
Yeah.
was so
Right.
hard to see
Thank you, my honey.
him
Mwah.
die.
It was
Yeah. He's
Ronaldo
the one. Yeah.
that he was the
That's
diver
cool.
that
So sad
they
that he didn't.
killed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Yes,
Okay.
he was.
They had a lot of cool little characters, popping in the movie. Like what was the guy from the first movie? Oh, the guy with all the kids. John Rice Davies or whatever the actor's name is,
Mm. Yeah, John Reese Davies.
who played what was the character's name? Oh, jeez.
Sala.
Sala. Yeah, that was awesome seeing Sala again. I thought that's great. I don't get all the hate this movie's getting from YouTube channels. It's stupid. I mean, I've seen two or three where they gave it positive, good, honest reviews. They actually watched the damn movie and actually reacted to all the good stuff in it. But there's so much
Yeah.
negative garbage on YouTube. It's just like kind of
Yeah.
disappointing, to be honest.
I've used the same. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you guys saw the stream that our friend. Well, one of our friends, I don't want to say his name. I've been told I shouldn't say names anymore. But one of our other friends did an earlier stream about Indiana Jones, and he said almost the same thing that most other people said. And he did go see it, and he said it was terrible, and he gave it like a 4 out of 10. And I was like,
I don't get it.
wow, I don't get it either. Yeah, so Daniel had told me it was so amazing, a great experience to see in his Galaxy Theater. I totally agree because like I said, my wife and I loved it in Ultra Vox, just below IMAX, and it was just freaking awesome. I mean, just great. Yeah, Daniel said I love the part in the beginning when Indy was in 1944. Brad Wolf, I saw enter the stream, and I apologize, but he kicked down the stream director twice just within the last 10 minutes. I'm not sure why. It's probably again the bad bandwidth. I apologize. But that's the link if you want to come in and drop in. Hi guys, Brad and Brad will said, yeah, I've enjoyed Antonio's work for years. We have too. I love Antonio Banderas. He's awesome. Hey guys, and then backstage, and then yeah, it was way better than I expected. I agree. I
I mean,
agree.
like the 1944 part in the beginning, it felt like classic Indiana Jones. Like, not, it was very novel. It was very beautiful. It reminded
That
me of the original trilogy.
yeah,
It
that's my
kind of
question.
reminded me of, to me, it was like Raiders, the very first film. Like it was that kind of pure Nazi, pure Nazi hate, right? I just
Nazi
loved it. Like that's
hatred.
what, 20
Yes.
minutes, and
Yeah.
the Nazi guy, the villain in the movie is like he's a Nazi, but he actually, the reason he wants the dial is to go back in time and actually kill Hitler before Hitler can screw it up, right? And lose the war.
And take over. Yeah.
Yeah, so that
Dan.
was a
Yeah.
really good I thought a good storyline, really.
Sure. but now let's just try to clarify the timeline. Now, gentlemen, I thought that he had gone back to early 1945 before the Germans were going to lose the war because they were getting all of the last bits of artifacts. I guess they found over the years and were bringing them to Berlin. Was it early 1945 or late 1944? If you
Uh,
guys remember,
it was 1944.
it was okay. So it might have been, yeah, it might have been like in the winter of '44, just before World War II was going to end, I guess.
Well, I guess it was
The following year.
pretty much at the peak of. I mean, the Nazis were notorious for looting Europe, right? For art
Yeah,
treasures and gold and everything else they could get their greedy little hands on. So it had to
yeah.
be later in the war, I would think, because I think that gold train is kind of a historical thing, though I'm not familiar with it offhand. But
I have heard that uh, back in back in late 1944, uh, Hitler had a place in near the Swiss Alps called Berchtesgaden, and in Berchtesgaden he had looted Europe of a lot of different artifacts, including paintings, and
oh,
they were all at
yeah,
Berchtesgaden. So
still,
when
yeah, still many paintings lost. Actually, I don't think they've ever found a lot of them.
no, a lot of them were gone. And what I do recall was that American bombers, as soon as we were able to get a foothold into Germany itself, American bombers were rumored to have bombed his headquarters, along with some several of the key points before the army got, before Patton and his crew got within a few miles of the Berlin, Berlin's capital, and but the Russians got there first.
Yeah, the
You know,
Russians got there first. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So we were kind of upset about that.
Well,
As
the thing is,
why everything.
if there were anything of value in Berlin when the Russians got there, I'm sure they probably took it back to Stalin, right?
Oh,
I'm
of
guessing.
course. Well,
You know.
you want to know what's a cool fact is that Stalin was actually more of a curator of arts than Hitler was. I don't think most people realize that when they found some of Stalin's treasures, they actually, in value, were a lot more expensive and priceless than what Hitler had stolen. So
Uh,
and these were creative, treasures that his, own artisans in the Soviet Union were able to create. So
right.
I thought that was kind of cool, and I was like, you know, so apparently the Russians were better, had a lot of artsy things, yeah,
Yeah.
than the Russian or than the Germans. Oh, hey, Professor, how are you?
So that scene predated. That scene was post original trilogy, but it predated Kingdom of the Crystal Skull because it was
Uh,
1944.
okay, yeah, it did because, well, like we said, we remember when Crystal Skull came out, they were doing Nevada in 1957.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that this introduction they did in Indy 5 actually came just at, well, 5 years after he finished with Last Crusade, when he, had his dad and they went to Petra and Jordan,
Yeah.
Right.
for the thing. So, yeah. So there was like 5 years between Crusade and then bringing it back in the beginning there at uh, Indy 5. And you know what I missed? The first thing I missed was the Paramount Mountain. Oh my God. I was so upset because the four films at least showed a form of the Paramount Mountain. And then, they go into the film. And, even the prairie dog was a cute little mountain. They went from the Paramount Mountain symbol to that. And I thought, oh, that's cute. But they never did that for this one. That's the only thing that's one of the few things I really missed. And I was disappointed because I wish I had seen that. Something would have just blended into it. Would have been cool.
Yeah, it would have been nice continuity, right? Yeah.
Oh, I would have loved that. Yeah.
I do remember though when I watched that channel I mentioned earlier, he did mention that I think the title font was basically back to the original first film, in style. So I
Oh,
thought that was kind of cool.
oh, like the Raiders, right? But
Yeah,
it's
like
just kind of.
The Raiders title font. Yeah, yeah.
Oh no. Oh, cool, cool.
At least
Uh,
that was in his video. Like he's got tons of little, Easter eggs and details. Like he talks about all the stuff in Indy's apartment. When we see Indy waking up in the chair, and
oh yeah.
it pans over,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
there's
No,
there's a picture of his son with the flag, so that's like a hint that his son is was in Vietnam
Oh
and
sure.
passed. And then there's a picture of Marion, and there's all these little details, right? That is easy to not even notice, when you're
There,
watching the film,
you know
right?
temporarily.
yeah. When he wakes up, okay, when he wakes up from his sleep, the first thing I noticed right away was the Beatles song, right? Magical
Oh yeah,
Mystery Tour. And I'm like, and he's screaming at the neighbor downstairs, hey, turn that off. Why would
yeah,
you turn out the Beatles? I mean, come on. I know he's an old man, but still, he's in the 60s. You can almost immediately tell that he's out of his element. You can tell it.
yeah. Well,
And
yeah, exactly.
which is fine because we don't I don't want I guess what I'm trying to say is I didn't want Indiana Jones to be invulnerable or to be invulnerable, to be a Superman. He's not a Superman. Time wears on him. Everything has worn on him at this point. When you see the little thing there where you see a separation agreement, with Mary and Ravenwood, and I was
On the
like, oh
fridge,
my,
yeah,
yeah, on the
yeah,
fridge, and but it hasn't been signed yet, so
yeah.
I knew there was some hope there at
And
least.
then it takes the fridge magnet and covers Marion's face, right?
Well,
So you kind of think Indy's thinking negative thoughts, and he's thinking, "Well, this is never going to work again," right? So
yeah, and
that
of
was
course
just those little details, though. It adds so much to the film, right?
I know, and it even had the letter. You know how where a letter was delivered to parents when their son is gone in
Mm,
Vietnam, and
mm.
that little letter. If some people didn't notice, I did right away. It was on the desk, and it's just sitting there, and it's not crumpled or it's just sitting there. It just announces, yeah, your son has died in Vietnam, blah 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 blah, and it's
And
all there.
yeah,
And I
and that
just, yeah,
that that's kind of like what you do when you get old too, Mikey. It's like I get mail all the time and all kinds of letters and shit, and I just kind of pile them on the desk, and I don't even think about them after a while, right?
yeah, and
Because
you
that's
don't
just
even
what you
react to
do.
them because, yeah,
Yeah, you
because
just get
they're,
old, and it's like, okay, that's another
yeah.
letter, because you get too many bloody letters, mostly
Oh my
bills,
God,
unfortunately.
yes.
But
Oh yes. Well, did you
uh,
ever encounter that yourself, Daniel? It's like sometimes you get junk mail and you don't like really pay attention to it. You just kind of lay it on your counter or your bureau or something like that.
Yeah.
You just kind of leave it there. Yeah, we do the same thing here. If we get like bills or if some kind of collection agency wants to talk to us, well, they're not going to talk to us because we're not going to respond to it. It's going to sit there for a couple months and then they will throw it away somewhere to eventually be shredded because we're not going to, because we don't have to worry about that. We're in a fixed budget. We don't have to worry about stuff like that.
I've,
So
I've I've learned to ignore
just,
collection agency letters because I've been doing it for years, and they've
yeah, we
never
have,
they've never actually followed through with anything. It's all like shallow threats, right? It's like, please pay
oh,
this by such and such a date, and it's like, yeah, if I had the money, I would, guys. you
yeah,
know.
it absolutely is. Yeah, just real quick. Okay, so Brad was says he's sorry you can't. I'm at work. That's okay,
Uh,
Brad Wolf. We don't
But
want to get you
did you
Working on
know?
a
fired.
Friday night, gee, that's kind of
Yeah,
unfortunate.
kind of sucks. Professor said, hey, Mikey. And then Professor says, hey, hello, Brad Wolf. And Brad Wolf says, hi, Professor. So, yeah, looks like StreamYard's going out again. Just a bad thing. I hate StreamYard. Okay, go ahead, sir. If you can say what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So did you know that originally
Yeah.
the story for Indy 5 was supposed to be that train, that Nazi train full of gold and the Spear of Destiny? That was supposed to be Indy 5.
Yeah, that's supposed to have that spear, right? The one that speared Christ at his crucifixion.
Well, the
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 one that the
spear
Roman
is
soldier used. Yeah.
the spear is in the end of the film, right? When Indy wakes up back in the '60s.
Oh, it
I know. I
is.
think
Oh, wow.
that was like a spear they got from the past. Like the
Yeah.
Romans. The
Well, I was
Romans.
like, was it Archimedes? He goes back and talks to Archimedes there
Yeah.
briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
In
yeah,
215 BC. So, yeah, he was supposed to got the spear from him.
I think
uh,
it was. I
before they
think it
came
was.
back.
I
Yeah.
think maybe it was the actual fragment of the real spear. Um,
I
by
think
the
it was.
way, mentioning the gold train, I just looked it up. It's actually considered to be an urban legend about the train laden with gold and treasure that was hidden by the Nazis in southwest Poland during the last days of World War II.
That's
Um,
right. Yeah.
yeah, it actually says that there's never been any historical evidence that it actually existed. And I guess to this day, they've never actually found any remnants of the train anywhere. So I guess it is kind of maybe just legendary, right? So that's kind of
And
interesting.
yeah, it could be, but as I said before, I do recall reading in my world history books about World War II and towards the latter part of 44 and then early part of 45 that the Germans were abandoning, but they were making sure they were taking all of their artifacts out of key places throughout Poland, Germany, and all these places. And I know that Hitler himself, before he left his Berchtesgaden place the last time up there in the Alps, took all of his
Right.
stuff, made sure he evacuated everything.
I
So
think,
they could
yeah,
have taken the train from that. That's what I was thinking.
yeah. I think what they probably did, from what I've heard over the years, is they just buried a lot of the treasures in caverns and caves, right, deep
Yeah,
underground, where they wouldn't, like in salt mines and whatnot, where they wouldn't be found.
yeah.
Uh, but I guess the train itself maybe is more of a legendary, idea than an actual fact. Because I'm just looking here, and it says it's unresolved. Historians consider the story to be false because I guess there's never been any evidence that it actually existed. So that's
Hmm.
kind of interesting. But hey, I mean, Indy's a movie, right? So it can play loose with the facts for entertainment value, right? So
Oh, absolutely. It can exaggerate the facts.
yeah,
That's yeah.
exactly.
They're not necessarily lying because you got to remember Spielberg does his research. Even if he is executive producer, he can actually look these things up. You know,
Yeah,
for sure. And I'm pretty sure that he exaggerated some of what the train symbolism was for that, taking all the artifacts away. But I still
I
think it's
yeah.
cool. I still think it's cool that Indy, in some way, is on a mission. And of course, Basil, played by Toby, doesn't even know what's going on. He just thinks that, Indy's going after something of value, which he is, but he's probably doing it for an ulterior motive. And he doesn't know about that. So Basil is, yeah. And and I have to say this, I still get a kick out of it remembering the scene where he almost kills Indy by shooting him.
Yeah,
He
poor
said,
Indy.
"Don't
He's
shoot at
always
me."
he's always getting shot or something. That seems right.
I still want to go back to see it. That's what the fact he says, "Don't shoot at me. Let's go after him." It's
Like
just,
always, though, even though he's old, he still handles the
oh my
bullet well,
gosh.
and overcomes it. Like it's pretty funny, actually.
Oh yeah, Brad Wolf says I work nights, but at least I get my weekend after my shift is over. That's awesome, sir. I never knew they
Yeah.
got to have Saturdays and Sundays off ever. I'd be lucky if I get Saturday, but sometimes I
Oh.
had to work a Sunday or vice versa.
Oh.
I know.
Oh. I
Yeah.
can't. I don't think I could survive unless I have at least 2 days to decompress
Oh.
my brain because I got one of
Oh
those
yeah.
jobs where it's all about data entry
Oh
and
yeah.
people's you talk to people on the phone and then if you got to enter all their data,
Yeah.
if you schedule something with them and it's like brain cramp stuff, right? It's like by the end of the week my brain is so fried I just want to turn it off and like
Well,
have fun talking about Indy 5 and stuff, right?
oh sure. And you know what's tragic too is, like I said, sometimes I had to work Saturdays but got Sunday off, which was rare. And then other times
Mm,
I had Saturday off, but then I had to work a Sunday, like after
jeez.
church. So how many people here, if there was more people, I could ask them. But I guess I'm just gonna throw it out there. How many people would go to church on their Sunday, think you would have Sunday off to enjoy it, but then you realize you had to be at work and like after your Sunday service, like about 6 hours later or something, and you had to go into work on a
That's
Sunday.
awful.
I know, I know, and it happened to me. I mean, I had to
Wow,
do it. There was no
that's
other way
awful.
around it. I know.
I guess
Yep.
I guess
Oh,
praying to have Sunday off didn't work.
it didn't.
Please God, let me have Sunday off for once.
Yeah, please God, don't let them schedule me on a Sunday.
Oh, that's cruel. That's really cruel.
and
Nobody
it
should be
is.
working Sundays.
No,
Jeez.
but at least now that we're both retired, well, you are
Well,
to an extent
I'm in the
semi-retired.
process. I actually
Yeah,
talked to a lovely lady a week ago today for almost an hour, and she gave me a whole bunch of details, but I'm still waiting. She was going to send me something in the mail, but it probably won't be here for another week. So I'm
yeah,
patiently waiting, and then I'll try and figure it out at that point. So, yeah.
yeah. And Professor Brainy asked Brad Wolf, so what type of job do you have, if you can say? Well, Brad Wolf works in retail, and Brad Wolf,
Ah,
I totally sympathize with you because I worked in grocery, and they needed me on Sundays apparently. They couldn't survive without me being there to help people out. So on a
well,
weekend.
yeah.
So it's
I guess
not,
retail is
yeah,
one of those.
it's
Yeah,
not fun.
it's like a seven-day kind
And
of job. You just get
yeah,
called
and
in, right?
professor
Yeah.
says you work retail at night. That's interesting. Yes,
I
I
remember when
think just
I
to
worked
kind
in
of
a
go off.
gas station.
Oh
I'd
yeah.
work weekends
Well,
all the
no, just
time.
to go off topic. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, PvP. Yeah, no, just so I wanted to say quickly, just to go off topic here for just a moment. But when it comes to grocery and retail, that's customer service oriented jobs. And when you're working those kind of
Totally.
jobs, they expect you. They no, they want you to be there if you're one of their best, customer service people,
Oh
representatives,
yeah.
or sellers, or cashiers, or whatever job you do. Apparently, if they want you to work 7 days a week, and sometimes I had to do that, everybody does, but that says to them, or that says, well, first of all, it says to them that you're important. Second of all, it says to other customers that are used to seeing you, oh my gosh, you're here on a Sunday, wow. And I'm like, yeah, because it's you, the customers, that have told my boss, my owners, that I'm important, that I matter, and that I'm here for you. I'm here to serve you and to take care of you, in the best way possible. So that means a lot, and I didn't fully realize that until I started working more, first in retail and then of course in grocery. So yeah, I
Yeah.
admire the jobs that they do, even data
Well,
entry. I've done that too, and then yeah, so I
oh
admire
yeah.
the jobs they
It
do.
makes your brain hurt after a while because my job. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have a great job. I have a good boss. It's like, but it's just the repetition, right? I've been doing this for 3.5 years now, and every week I go in Monday morning and I do the same thing over and over and over. And it's just I've like 4.5 days a week. I just want to scream by the time I get out of there on Friday because it's just like I'm so bored. It's just like
I know.
I could do this. Well, actually, I have had dreams where I've actually been at work doing that. That's how bad it is, right? It's like, it's bad when you're dreaming in your dream about the repetition of your job. It's
Oh,
like,
of
oh my
course,
God. It's like,
of
oh no.
course. But just remember, you know, PvP, that you're in the twilight of your years. We all
Yeah.
realize that, and we're all going to reach that. Even you, Daniel. Even you.
I need the money. That's why I keep doing it, right? I need the money.
But you also probably enjoy it. You love to be there, even if it does get so mundane, and
Mm,
that can
no,
happen.
not
Yeah,
so
that can
much
happen.
anymore. I've come to the last few months, I've really kind of got to the point where I just dread Mondays. It's just like I don't want to keep doing this. At my age, I could maybe hang on for another year or two, but you get to the point where you just want to like maybe retire and just enjoy, the
And,
remaining years of your life, like to
and
do whatever you want to do, right?
enjoy
So
life. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, like I said, I worked. Oh, our friend Jay is here too, and
Hmm.
Jay had seen it. So,
Hey
hi,
Jay.
Jay.
Hey Jay.
What's up, my brother?
All right, who did what to who and why wasn't I invited?
You were invited secretly, but you read my mind, and you read Daniel's mind and PvP's mind. So here you are. I call this the positive panel. We all enjoyed Indy to some extent. So
I
you
thought
Yeah.
it
know.
was the naughty panel.
We are naughty.
Well, that might happen too before the night's over.
Oh yes, I know.
It depends how many drinks I have. I've been working on a few since I got home, and I'm just like totally relaxing and feeling loose and you know. So, but I'm not there yet. I'm not crazy yet. So I try not to get too crazy. But
Brad Wolf says hi, Jay. And Brad Wolf, you're
Howdy,
awesome.
Brad.
He's still working.
What's the
He's still
topic?
working on a Friday night. Well, initially the topic is that Daniel just saw Indy 5 in his theater, Galaxy Theater, and got to experience the full, theater moment, for the film. I was just telling him again when we first saw it, my wife and I, Suzanne, we saw it in Ultra Vox, which is just only a step below IMAX. So I'm telling people
Right.
that haven't seen the movie yet that want to get the full experience, go see it in the Ultravox or IMAX because it's worth it. It's definitely worth seeing that and that kind of experience, theater experience. And then of course we're
Yeah.
just talking about random things. So you're just in time, my friend.
We don't have a whatever you just said in IMAX in the town where I live, or even the town that I have to go see at a theater because my town doesn't have a theater anymore.
Oh, no.
ouch.
And
Ouch.
we have to go about almost an hour to go see a movie.
Yeah.
And no, yeah. Oh, now I remember. I was about to say. I forgot what I was going to say. Saw Indy again.
Okay.
Indiana 5.
Yes, sir.
And if I see it maybe 3 more times, I may give it a 5 because I just had to redo my rating to 3.5.
Which is what I initially said 4. And I think that it's probably going to be closer to 3.5 because my grade was a B plus. Initially, I had it as A minus, and then I just kind of reduced it just a little because I watched a few more episodes of it. Yeah,
I still say it is. I want to give it an A minus, but I'm not. I'm gonna say B plus.
which is I think a fair grade. I think that's a fair grade. For those that actually enjoyed it, I enjoyed it. So for me, yes, that'd be a fair enough grade.
I still think some things are stupid. Like, but that's in every movie.
Well, it's in every movie. Yeah, and I'm not, like I said,
things
I'm
you
not
can't
dissing.
explain and things that just don't work in a movie, but mostly things you just cannot explain that could not work in the normal world. Like
Right.
being tossed in a refrigerator during an atomic blast.
An atomic bomb test, yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Crystal Skull to me is by far the worst indie movie. Like
Of
Indy
all
5
5, it's
to me is
definitely the worst.
Indy 5's
Yeah.
100 times better than Crystal Skull to me.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
I mean, I know a lot of people complain.
Faces being melted because you see a holy grail or whatever.
Uh-huh.
I don't think faces would melt, but I think God would just kill them, in their heart. Stop their
Well,
heart.
I think God was having fun melting those Nazi faces because he's like, hey, I can do this, and I will.
And I will. Yeah, divine intervention. Talk about how
I'm
that
not
works.
saying God couldn't do that. It just doesn't seem logical.
I agree. No, I agree.
Well,
But
it
when
was
you
a
have
movie, I
something,
guess.
yeah,
I have seen in the Bible where he has just literally killed people, just their heart stopped.
yeah,
I've seen in the Bible where people have been, now this is weird for us humans, but it's spiritual. Man being drawn up into heaven in a fiery chariot.
Yeah, Ezekiel, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a fiery
So if
chariot
that
could have
can
been a
happen,
UFO
faces
back then.
could melt.
Hello, you
So
guys
if
still
that could
there?
happen, faces could melt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Well,
mean,
somebody said that the fiery chariot could have been a UFO back then.
I guess God's power would be infinite, so I guess God could do whatever the hell God wants to do, right?
Oh,
So,
of course.
That's
which makes for
exactly me.
entertaining films. I mean, let's face it, guys. You gotta love the ending of Raiders when those Nazi bastards are having their faces melt.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's pretty fun.
Yeah. Brad Wolf says here, just quickly, my town lost our movie theater many years ago, but there
Oh
are a
wow.
few options within an hour drive. No IMAX, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame, Brad. Crystal Skull is about 100 times better than. We're not supposed to mention that one, Professor. I'm not going to say it. But he does say in the Bible, didn't the Ark of the Covenant know people? You
I
know
kind
what?
of like the
According to what
Temple
the
of Doom.
Bible says, yeah, according to what the Bible says, in one part there was a guy, a priest, right? One of the priests of
No,
Moses.
he didn't melt. He just died because he
He,
touched the ark
yeah, because
from
he touched it
keeping it. Yeah,
from
he kept it
from
from
falling down.
falling on the
Right,
ground, and he just died. But he didn't
right.
melt. He just died.
Yes, he just died right there. Yeah, trying to steady it. He was trying to steady it on the cart or whatever, however they were carrying it, and then all of a sudden he just died because he
But
touched one
isn't
side of
the
it.
arc indestructible?
It is. It's supposed to be indestructible.
Yeah, see that explains why. Remember in the fourth movie
Well, we don't
when
know if it's indestructible.
everybody remember when they were having that little warehouse fight scene, and then I think Indy was driving a car and he smashed through a bunch of boxes, and then we see one of the boxes contained the Ark of the Covenant. Well, it's obviously that it is kind of indestructible,
Yeah,
or at least very very dense.
right. When the truck that contained Spelko and him were fighting, and the truck just completely blasted into a bunch of boxes. It's a big implosion, everything from the crash and everything.
Yeah.
And then you see one of those exposed crates, which has the Ark of the Covenant in one piece, still there even after the explosion
Yeah,
or
I'm
implosion.
very glad. I'm very glad that it survived. Because that's a very beautiful artifact, and I think
I think, yeah, I think if we want to go back to that for a moment, I think that the designers, especially art designers and the people that designed the sets and whatever, did a great job with the Ark of the Covenant. I mean, they came that I think they came as close as how the Bible described it and how you see it in pictures. And Professor, that's a good point, but I think what it is that it might have been a form of lightning, and not necessarily like beams of light. Could have been lightning. Could have been anything
But
No, he
that
just
but
hit
stopped his
enemies
heart.
like
It
that.
doesn't say how he died. He just died.
Right, he just died. Yeah.
the thing is, though, would not lightning, quotation marks lightning, could that might not necessarily be earthly lightning like we understand it coming out of the clouds. That could be like godly lightning, which could have a whole different aspect of
Oh,
power, right?
absolutely. Or there was one theory that said it could have been bald lightning. You know how bald lightning comes in like the spheres and stuff. That
Where
what happens when it has the
hang
lightning? It
on.
comes to the yeah. Go ahead, Jay.
I
I thought bald
I
lightning.
hope I don't if I drop out, then I'll try to come back in, but I'm gonna go into my Bible and look at the exact text.
That'd be awesome if you want to.
Okay,
Sure, we'll
cool.
let you back in. You, dude. You're welcome here anytime. Anytime,
Let's
as
see.
long as it's not too
Well,
late for
well,
you.
bald
The
lightning, isn't
Ark
that
of the
what they
Covenant.
used to call St. Elmo's fire on like sailing ships?
Yes. It's
Yeah,
yeah. What happens is what happens is before a storm, there's electrically charged particles, right? That come
right.
out of a combination of the winds that are going on, the thunder,
David.
and even minor bits, minor streaks of lightning. So when you have that electrically charged area, they create
Right.
themselves into small little spheres, which are balls. So
Hmm.
that's why they call them ball lightning. Now, my theory is that there might have been electrically charged, that the ark itself might have had contained electrically charged minerals that were in the minerals, or whatever was used to create the ark. And
Hmm.
if anybody got too close to it, that were not, that they were not immune to it, they would die because it would electrically hit them. So, if that was the interpretation, Professor, that was where it could have melted people, well, bald lightning can kill people. I don't know if it necessarily melts them, but it can, tear their insides out. So maybe that's one theory. Like I said, that's where that could have came from. When I
Yeah, it is
saw,
interesting actually, though, because I mean, w- we are, physically, we are kind of electrical beings, right? Our heart beats because of an electrical impulse. Our brain probably functions, due to
yes,
some kind of electrical neurons firing.
our
So
brain, our brain
we
is like the
are.
main center of that. Yep.
Yeah, but we are kind of electrical
We are.
beings
Yeah.
in a sense, I suppose, when you think about it. So I could see if the Ark of the Covenant had electrical,
Yeah.
qualities, that it could be very dangerous to be close to it, right?
Yeah. And to some degree, his professor is right. Lightning is hot enough to melt. He is right.
Okay.
In some degree.
I just sent you
Depends on
it
it
in
depends
the
on the
chat,
force and
Mikey.
how of lightning and how much hits a person. Like, if in the private, okay,
Yeah. When they came to Nacon's threshing
okay. Do
floor,
you mind if I read
Uzziah
it,
reached
Jay?
out.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. When they came to Nacon's threshing floor, Uzzah reached out to the ark of God and took hold of it because the oxen had stumbled. When he did that, he died. He just
Yeah.
instantly died. Uzzah, yeah, he was one of the high priests
It
who was
says
supposedly
he
allowed.
struck
Yeah,
him to death. That means
right.
that he just touched him and died. It doesn't say
Yeah,
that lightning or anything. It just possibly he just commanded his spirit to leave him.
that's true. Yeah, that's definitely true.
He just died.
Yeah, Professor said he probably misremembered. That's probably true, Professor. That's cool. Now it's just what the Bible says is that I remembered
And
that he was one of the high priests, and he
now
tried to
Well,
King
study it, and then
James may be different from what mine is. Mine is the Christian Standard Bible.
I've read the King James version, and that is almost exactly the same as what you just described in the private. Is what happened, and he was a high priest, Uzzah. So yeah,
It's in
his
I think it's First Kings chapter um hang on one second.
I
It's
know
in
it's in Kings. Yeah, I know it's in Kings. Yeah,
it's
so I,
in
I know you're right when what you're
second
saying.
no, it's in Second Samuel chapter 6
Samuel. I
verses
know.
6 and 7. It said, Then
Yeah,
the Lord's anger burned against Uzziah, and God struck him dead on the spot for his irreverence, and he died there next to the ark of God. 6
right.
and 7.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Jay. That's appreciated. Yeah, I
Hmm.
remember reading the King James. I had a personal Bible that was given to me by my dad's sister, Aunt Pat, and I read that Bible from cover to cover. I've read that Bible cover to cover for only 4 times in my entire life, and there's still things I don't quite understand, but I try to understand. I try to get the gist, get the meaning. A lot of interpretation, because I do realize that there were writers that wrote these chapters in the Bible, uh, by
Right.
God's word, you know, and so I can understand where there's a lot of people that can misinterpret
Right.
a lot of wording, a lot that's in there,
My
especially in the New Testament. So yeah,
my late pastor, when I was able to finally get back into church. See, I was out of church for 3 years because of uh, illness, because of phlebitis, and he gave me when he asked me to get back into Sunday school teaching. He bought me this over $100 or $200 Holman Christian Standard Bible. I think it was nearly $100 Bible, and it was
oh, excuse me.
gold lined, and it was a study Bible, and I understood the Bible more with the Christian Standard Bible than I ever did with the King James.
That's great. Yeah, no, that's a great experience, Jay.
And
It
it's
truly is. Yeah.
I can't stand where people say, "Oh, you shouldn't read anything but King James." No, a translation Bible does not. Now there are some translation Bibles that do change the outcome of the Bible. This, all the Christian Standard Bible does is translates it into our talk today. That's it. It
Right.
doesn't put their own spin in the Bible. They don't add or take away anything in the Bible.
No.
It just talks like me and you.
Oh, exactly. Now the I was going to mention as we all know, the oldest Bible is the Gutenberg Bible. That's
Hmm.
the most the rarest form of the Holy Bible as interpreted, uh, by writers from being God's
Right.
word. And it's so hard to find the Gutenberg now. Um,
Yeah.
and a lot of people are used to seeing. A lot of people are used to reading the King James because it was
Yeah.
translated from the actual Hebrew and the Aramaic. So that's where a
Yeah.
lot of that comes from. But the Christian
King
Standard,
James
I
seems
have
to
heard
be
about
kind
it,
of the
and I have even read some passages.
King James
Because I
seems to
was
be
so
the go-to,
involved.
doesn't it?
Um,
Yeah, go ahead.
to older people, yes. To
It
the older
does, but
people, yes.
I think that
But
Jay has a
people
good
of
point.
my
Yeah,
generation, they need a translation Bible. And so do some young people because they just can't understand the old
right.
English. They need the updated English the same way we talk. It doesn't have any slang or nothing. It just
That's true. Yeah,
changes how we talk. That's it.
I'd be willing to bet there's some young people that can't even understand if they had
that's
it
all
in
it does.
modern English. From what I've observed, it's like, oh my God, you know.
Our our society, yeah, that's the saddest part about children today is they don't quite get it. They don't get
No,
it. That's all I can say about that. They don't quite
no.
understand.
Yeah, it's
And
kind of
and and I
sad.
wish and I wish there were people. Yeah, it is. And I wish there were more people that would have an open mind, just an open mind, and then be able to give them your experience and see if they can learn from that if they're willing to listen. That's the
I
whole thing.
gave an 11-year-old a copy of our because we got boxes of Bibles,
Right.
a Christian Standard Bible, and he now loves reading the Bible. He can understand the Bible,
That's
but
great.
he didn't like reading the King James because he just didn't understand it.
Well,
But
because it's
now
a,
he
a little more
understands the
difficult.
King James, the Christian Standard Bible.
Yeah, it's a little more
Now,
difficult to interpret a King James, but it's not. But King
I
James is not for everyone. You know, you know.
no, but we have a program, Mikey, and we do it maybe about every 2 or 3 years. Let me tell you what this is because it is a great thing, and I think every church should do this. We
Okay.
have a garage, a what you call a rummage sale inside the church.
Oh yeah, we've had those before.
You walk in, And before you walk in, to get in, we give you a little piece of paper and you read it to the, I guess you call it the doorkeeper. And it's
Okay.
uh, the 23rd, not the
Excuse me.
23rd Psalm, the John 3:16.
Yes.
And you walk in and you get a bag and you go all through the rooms and you get 10 items. You come to the front of the checkout and we give you however many verses of the Bible that your items cost. And that's the price of your items. No money exchanges hands. You just read Bible verses.
That is awesome.
And
I
if
like the
you
fact that
and if
there's
you
no money involved in that.
and
Yeah.
we give everybody a free a Christian Standard Bible to take home with them.
Yeah. Brad Wolf,
It's
that's yeah. Sorry,
it's
Jay.
great. It's great.
No,
That's
it's
a great
wonderful.
idea, actually, because usually anytime I've gone to a rummage sale, it's always like money, 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 right? They
No
just
Well,
want
money
you
your
know,
changes
cash.
hands.
yeah.
That's
Well,
cool.
you all know what Jesus did to the the tax, the money changers when he
The
entered
money
Jerusalem.
lenders or whatever the hell they
Money
were called
changers, yeah.
in the
Yeah,
temple. Yeah.
yeah,
We all know that.
yeah.
Bad Wolf does quickly say, growing up, I had a great priest at my church. It was easy to understand him for me as a kid. When he moved on, he was replaced by an a-hole. He didn't like children and had no patience for them. Brad Wolf,
No,
I sympathize with your situation. I
that's not
lost
cool.
I lost a lot of great priests that I grew up with in the Catholic Church. I've mentioned to my wife several times, and I told you guys, my wife is a certified Universal Life minister. She
Cool.
is a minister, so she can do weddings, she can do funerals, she can do anything that a
Cool.
minister is allowed to do. Yeah, and I like that. I love it.
Yeah, it makes a difference. I mean, I'm not speaking strictly religious here, but it makes a big difference on the type of teachers, people you have, instructing you on any topic in
Mm-hmm.
life. Because
Mm-hmm.
I've had, a few great teachers, in my lifetime, and I had way too many bad ones. Those
Oh
kind of
wow,
teachers when you're
yeah.
young, they tell you like you're never going to amount to anything. Yeah, you're just too lazy, because I had one math teacher who told me to drop out of his class because I was too lazy or whatever. I had no concept of what I mean. To this day, I struggle with math. Right, as a kid, I really struggled. And when they started talking about like algebra or something, I was just I might as well be in a class learning Chinese because that's what it sounded like to me, right? So eventually he said,
Well,
you might as well just drop out. And I did. And I was happy. I was happy as hell that I did, actually, you know, because it's just like torture when you're in a class with a bad teacher that doesn't give a damn, right?
yeah.
Yeah. But I
Yeah.
have had a few really fantastic, teachers that are like gold over the years, too. So power to those guys.
I Bernard. Yes, I think I mentioned one time before. My problem was geometry. I was pretty good in math. Algebra was fine. It was okay. But I did have
Okay.
one geometry teacher I could not understand. There's just one teacher I could not understand, and I almost failed high school because of this geometry teacher.
Oh,
She just didn't explain. She just didn't explain enough to me, and I couldn't. I mean, theorems and things like that. I couldn't get that. I mean,
mm,
it's like when one of our friends we know who teaches physics. It's like that, like walking into a class and going, it's like that.
Yeah.
That's how bad geometry was for me. Thank God I got out of it.
yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Lord.
Yeah, there's
I
nothing
only
worse.
did good in
Yeah.
science.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
nothing
That's
worse than being in a class of any topic that you just can't grasp. Like, it's totally frustrating. Like, I haven't had too many classes like that. Like, math was always always my weak spot, right? Like think the weird thing is, Mikey, I'm like great, like day to day math. I can go to the grocery store and add up the groceries in my head as I'm putting them in my cart, and I usually come out within a dollar, right? Because I'm really
Oh
good, like
yeah.
with practical day to day actual life math. But if I gotta start doing like advanced stuff, it's like forget it. I have
Oh
no
no,
clue.
forget it. Forget
Yeah,
it.
you know.
Daniel, we haven't heard from you, but did you ever have a teacher that well, I just want to ask Daniel, does he know a teacher that he grew up with that he idolized or maybe there
Um,
was one that was bad for you?
well, my grade 6 teacher, Mr. Lyon, was a jackass. He hated me and I hated him. He was the
Yeah.
Oh
worst.
shit. Oh
Yeah,
no.
we've had people like that. Sure. Go ahead.
He put me in a box, and
Wow.
I was like,
Oh.
yeah, he put me in a box, and I was just like, oh my god, it was horrible. I didn't even do anything. He just didn't like me,
Oh, that's
and
abusive. Wow.
Yeah, that
yeah,
sucks.
Not good.
I remember there was this one of the messed up things he did was I had a friend named Rick, and he was my friend ever since pre-kindergarten. We got along really great, and although he wasn't into what I was into, like I was into gaming and sci-fi, he wasn't. He was into fixing mechanical stuff. He was into fixing cars and stuff. And I was his friend, and he was my friend. And but now I'm thinking to myself, I wonder how I got along with him because he was not into anything I was into. But whatever. Anyways, I remember one time, Mr. Lyon put Rick in the box, and he put a box around his desk, and he told
Wow.
he told the class if Rick is doing something like a certain something, I don't know what I don't remember exactly, but he said if Rick is doing a certain something, tell him to tell Mr. Lyon to tell the teacher. So I did. So I saw him doing that, and I went to tell Mr. Lyon, like, oh, Rick is doing that thing that you told him not to do, and he told me, mind your business, Daniel. And then there was this asshole behind me. He heard everything because he was like right behind me, but he didn't care. He knew that Mr. Lyon didn't give a shit about me, didn't respect me. So the guy said the exact same thing, word for word, that I did. And you know what? Mr. Lyon said, "Thank you for telling me. I'll deal with it." And I'm looking at him, and he looked at me like, "Yeah, that's right. You heard right." And I'm like, "Wait a second. I told you that Rick was doing this, and you told me to mind my own business. But when the other guy behind me told you the exact same thing, you thanked him, and you thanked him for his contribution, and you sent him away." And I'm like, "Well, what's the difference?" And he told me, "Oh, because he earned my respect. He earned my respect." What? Basically, he
Wow.
told me he has no respect for me in my face.
Yeah.
That sounds like a very, very effed up teacher, Daniel, to
He
be
was
honest.
messed up.
Yeah. I had one like that too. Actually, that's one
Yeah,
of the reasons I,
that's messed up.
that's
Yeah.
bad. I actually
I
I dropped out of high school in grade 9 because I had an abusive teacher that basically did something in the whole classroom, said shit about me in front of the whole classroom one day, and it was so disgusting. I actually went to the counselor though, and I reported him. Right, I told him, I told them what had happened. I went to my parents, and this teacher actually ended up getting fired shortly after that. I basically ended his career because what he did to me that day in the classroom was so disgusting, verbally, so abusive
yeah.
that I actually ended up getting him fired, which I felt good about. But I just ended up
Yeah.
dropping out like, a year later because I just had enough. There's too many school
Right.
bullies, and when you get abused by a teacher like that, it kind of shakes your faith in the whole educational system. Thank God. I mean, 4 or 5 years later, I went back to college and got my college degree, and everything's good now. But
Yeah.
you can really be traumatized when you're a young person by a nasty teacher, right?
Yeah, especially
Right.
one that
Right.
wants to question your your sensibility, your ethics, so to speak. I had several teachers growing up that questioned my ethics, and I said, "You don't question my ethics.
I
I know where I stand. You know, that's the thing." So
I had a teacher. See, I went to school at a school for slow learners, disabled children, and retarded children. And I was a slow learner. And we had one teacher that just did not like, I mean, just did not like retarded kids, slow learners, none of them. Why are you there?
yeah,
Why are you there? If you don't like us, you shouldn't be in this school. You should go to a normal high school or something. But
or you shouldn't even
my
get to teach.
experience,
That person shouldn't even get to teach, Jay.
right, he shouldn't even be a teacher, as
That's it.
far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But my experience in school was one year I had to have toenail removal surgery on both my big toes. And
Ouch.
I went back to school, and this big, heavy set black kid jumped on both my shoes, and I went
Oh.
down on the ground screaming in pain. And the
Oh.
school nurse comes out and asks what happened. They told him, and she took off one of my shoes. My sock was full of blood.
Oh.
Ooh.
They had to call an
Ouch.
ambulance. They called my
Oh.
mother. She met me at the emergency room. They had to
Oh. My
immediately rush me into emergency surgery to fix
Jesus.
both my toes. And when I got out of the hospital in 8 days, they told me, do not send him back to school until they are completely healed. I was out of school for a year and a half.
Holy shit.
Wow.
And
Wow.
my parents went to the school board and told them everything that happened. They investigated it, and they hired a private tutor for me for a year and a half. I
Wow.
did more better with a tutor than I ever did with the teachers or teachers' aides. I
That's
had A's. I had A's with that tutor. When I
yeah.
went to back to school, I went back to C's and D's
Wow.
because
Wow.
I learned more with the one tutor than I did with all the other teachers because I had different teachers in each class. And
They
they just didn't have time to stop and help a slow learner person.
that's horrifying that they had to throw you back into that. You should just stay with
Yeah.
with the professional tutor. You should have stayed with
Well,
it.
they said after my toes were healed that the program had to stop because of budgetary stuff, and either I went to school again
Yeah.
or we paid for the tutor. And we didn't have back then $250 a week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I see him multiple times.
Yeah.
I just saw him a couple of months ago at Walmart,
I
and
well, you
he
know
said, I
what's
just
ironic
miss,
is yeah.
he says, I miss teaching you. You were one of the best students I ever tutored.
Yeah. Yeah, Brad oh, what was I gonna say? Well, Brad Wolf has had similar experiences. He said, I had a choir teacher who was bounced along with the music. She hated that. I was commended by a judge of contest for enjoying myself.
Yeah.
And the other thing you said was she was so upset by that, she ended up quitting teaching and went to work for the post office.
Oh God.
That was appropriate, Brad. Let her deal with the post office freaks that come in there and
Yeah.
let's hope she didn't turn terrorist and start to shoot up a post office.
Went postal.
Go postal, yeah. That's what Suzanne just said. Go postal? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. No, I'll just be real quick on my brief experience. What I found out was when I first moved to Arizona. Well, actually moved to Phoenix, part of Phoenix. Wasn't part of Phoenix yet, but we met this one wonderful lady. Her name was Kathy Flesner. She was awesome. She was a great neighbor, and my dad knew I had a form. Okay, honey, knew I had a form of attention deficit, but it wasn't attention deficit. They said I had a form of Asperger syndrome, which means that you're
Oh
bored
yeah.
because you're in you have very high intelligence, but you need some activity to do in order to expand on your intelligence. And my neighbor, who was both a teacher herself as well as a nurse who used to be in the medical field, knew what I had, but my dad couldn't grasp it. And throughout most of my life, uh, I did a lot of extracurricular activities because I needed to be motivated. I need to have a drive, to do stuff, other than just sit bored in a classroom. I needed to have that. But my dad, said, "Oh gosh, if I known he was like this, I would have done something sooner." My dad always had regrets about that. And I said, "Well, Dad, it's not your fault. You know, only you and I, Mom, and and the rest of us in the family were only trying to understand what it meant, to be Asperger's, and it's not a bad condition. I mean, a lot of people can survive with it throughout, even into their adult years or even as a senior citizen, which is what I'm approaching. So, you
Dan
know,
Aykroyd.
yes, and Dan Aykroyd has the same problem. One of those wonderful comedians has the same condition. Yeah, Suzanne just told me. So I don't feel bad at all. But I do wish that back then, and we're talking about, late 70s to almost early 80s, people didn't know what that syndrome was and didn't understand it. And I'm just surprised, and because I know other people have had it too. So, I just wanted to
I
mention
went to
that.
school with this girl that they said that she had
Okay, baby.
attention deficit disorder or
Yeah,
something.
I will.
Uh, Something was wrong with her. Well, she didn't
Yeah,
have anything wrong with her. She every time she did a test, she was done in like 2.5 to 3 minutes.
yeah,
She was very smart, y'all. She finally they got her. They found out she didn't need to be in my school. They put her in high school because I would probably be in the ninth grade when she was at my school. She needed to be in 12th grade.
right.
She graduated in 1 year. She went to college and became a doctor in less than half the time it takes a normal person to become a doctor. She was that smart.
Yeah, because they have special abilities. They should be
Yeah,
honored. They should be honored for that, not
yeah.
chastised. That's the whole point.
She became
That's
a
the education
gynecologist.
system, unfortunately. Wow. So she can examine bodies, huh?
Uh, I don't know what it's called, but
even
she just
even
needed
even
to.
crazy.
She
Gynecologists have one of the
she
hardest
skipped.
jobs in the world. They
She
absolutely do.
skipped
Yeah.
4 grades.
Yeah. Yeah.
She wasn't being challenged enough, is what they said.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to Gorilla and Resolute's watch party. It's a wonderful film. Actually, you know what? I don't. Uh, oh. You know what? I think Glory could have been best without, say in quotes, the white people. But I guess it needed somebody like Matthew Broderick to be in it. I guess. But black actors and actresses story. That would have been fine with me.
Uh,
I would have been happy with that.
well, The thing, Mikey, is
What do
that
you
I
guys
think
think?
it was based on a historical fact. So I think Shaw, the white dude that was commanding the troops, was actually a real historical figure. Because at the end of the film, I think they actually show the wall that is in memory to him because he was such a heroic figure during the Civil War.
I've never seen Glory.
Oh, Glory! Oh, you should. Glory is incredible. I think it's one of the
Oh yeah, yeah. They
greatest
do
war movie,
show.
greatest
Well,
Civil War
it
movie, but one of the great
which I
war
thought
movies
I
ever.
admired. Yeah.
Have you ever seen North and
Oh, of
South?
course. Yes. Good miniseries. Yeah.
My uncle was in it. He had he didn't get credited on screen because he was just what do you call them people? An extra.
Extras.
Yeah,
Um,
an extra, right?
yeah. He came by our house the night that his part was going to be on, and he
Oh,
was
nice.
just one of the soldiers in the war. And he said, "There I am." And I said, "Well, how do you know that?" And he said, "Well, the director showed where we were." And
Oh,
he
cool.
pointed out, "That's where you are, John." And I said, "Oh, wow." And so he showed us the check that he got from ABC.
Yeah, for working for them. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. He worked for 3 days.
I think I still have my old check receipts, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe I threw them away. I'm not sure, but I
It
think
was
I still
filmed
have them.
in the war scene was filmed in Mississippi.
I know. Yeah, I know because I read some of the background on it, which is interesting. That's cool. Well, I told you guys I met some reenactors from uh, from New York, what they call the Zouaves, Zouaves. Yeah, Zouaves. That came from New York. Some people that came from Pennsylvania, and these guys came over 1,000 miles from back east just to fight in a skirmish at Picacho, Arizona, Picacho Peak, the Battle of Picacho Peak, which only lasted less than 15 minutes. And these guys came all the way from back east to be a part of that, to be a part of the reenactment of the skirmish between North and South.
These reenactor dudes take it pretty seriously, don't they?
They take it very seriously.
Oh,
These
yes, they
guys,
It's
do.
pretty
oh yes,
cool.
they
Yes, they
do.
do.
Very, very
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, Daniel, have you ever met any reenactors? Anybody that recreated Civil War scenes or battles or whatever? Did you ever come across that, Daniel?
My
We might have lost Daniel
uncle
there for a
did
moment, but
the reenactment every year.
oh yeah, where do you have your reenactment battle, Jay? Where does yours
They
go?
did it somewhere in Mississippi, Jackson, Vicksburg, somewhere.
Oh, probably
Uh,
Vicksburg.
Now, my
Probably
uncle
Vicksburg.
Johnny, when he was working for on North and South, he got to meet Patrick Swayze and
Oh
the
my
two
gosh,
actors that played the nephews of Patrick Swayze and the other guy. He got to meet
that's
them three.
awesome. I
Yeah.
would have loved to have met Patrick Swayze. That would have been cool.
Oh, he got his
Yeah,
autograph.
he's a very good actor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, but Swayze did a great. I love Patrick Swayze in Dirty Dancing.
Yes. I loved him in Roadhouse.
I thought he did a great job. Don't own Dirty Dancing, but I like to. Yeah, I own Roadhouse. Yeah,
I own
that's a good
North and
film
South.
there. Oh, cool. That was a
I
three
watch
part
it. I
miniseries,
watch it
right?
every year. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a
is that
mini
a three
series.
part miniseries? Yeah, three parts,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, it was on
The
ABC. I
third was
remember.
not as good as one and two.
No, I agree. Oh, I agree.
And the third part was shorter than parts one and two. Book one and two on ABC was a great hit for ABC. Now, I don't remember if it was on ABC or NBC, book three, but it was very short. It was only like 2 or 3 nights. Book one and two was like, oh, I don't know, 4 or 5 nights, something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Now, right now, Glory was based mostly on uh, Broderick's character was a small, suggested that they could have because of the this was just after, I believe, after the Emancipation Proclamation was given by Lincoln,
Yeah.
that they could have that they could have them come back as colored regiments. That's what they called them at the time. And this major, who was Broderick's character, took two of the colored regiments that they had newly created, and they did some of the most savage fighting in the Carolinas. In fact,
Oh
one of
yeah.
the most one of the most vicious fighting was done at a place called Fort Fisher, and that's where most of this movie is based, is leading up to
Hmm.
that battle at Fort Fisher with the colored regiments. That's what they called them,
It was a
and they
terrible
just came
time
from
in
different.
our American history.
It it was it was very. You know what the sad part is it was very bitter. It was very bitter fighting, and if it wasn't for this major that supervised them, other people under his command would have just had them, you know, do other jobs and not even fight, or they would just feed them to slaughter. And that's what this major did. He was trying to help them become, uh, able-bodied fighting men as well as any white
Right.
person, and that is where the other character comes in, Morgan Freeman's character. He was the one who
Mm.
actually was a sergeant for the regiments. He was the one that led them,
Right.
and his only boss was Broderick. He said that his major was the only one that was his boss. Nobody else could boss him. It was just the
It's
major himself.
amazing how Morgan Freeman has become such a great actor. And, and just remember where he started. Easy
Yeah,
Reader from Electric Company.
I know. I used to
Yeah.
watch those, Jay. We're old
Yeah,
enough to
me too.
remember. Yeah.
Uh, the Civil War still has more American deaths than any war we fought. That's
That's absolutely
amazing.
right. That's absolutely right. I told you, my last name is Fournier. I had Fourniers who fought down south in even parts like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and I had Fourniers that lived up in New York, and also lived in Pennsylvania and Ohio, and all of those. Uh, it still saddens me, and it still bothers me that there were Fourniers on both sides that killed each other. We're all part of one huge, French caste.
Right,
The Fourniers are all about, farming, royalty, the military, and yet we killed each other in a war that was totally unnecessary. And
right.
and and it still
Well,
saddens me to this day.
that's the sad
My
thing about war. People
right,
kill each other over ideologies, even when
That's
they
true.
should
yeah,
be brothers, right?
That's true.
right.
Yeah.
It was brothers against brothers. A lot of them. My family did not participate in the Civil War or did not even own slaves. They didn't come over to America until way after the Civil War. I mean, it was like the 1800s or something when they came over. My
Yeah.
my daddy's family, that's my mother's family. Um,
Oh,
my
okay.
daddy's family, they didn't. My daddy's family was Indians.
Huh.
Yeah,
Now that's funny. No, no, that's very interesting. Well, I told you, I until recently, I didn't even know that one of my ancestors actually married an Iroquois squaw. So when I told my dad that a Fournier actually came over to the United States before the French and Indian War started, and he dated and married an Iroquois squaw, and I found it through research and family background, lineage, and whatever. My dad was in shock. He says, "Wow, so that then maybe that's why my sister married a Navajo." You
Right.
know, man, maybe that was the reason.
Now,
It was
figure,
just knew
figure,
that it was right. You know,
right.
hello, gentleman. Lemon pie says, "Yeah,
Figure this out.
okay, go ahead, Jay. You were saying,
My sister has more Indian in her than I do. Uh,
wow,
I am part English, more Irish, and a little Indian. My
huh?
sister has more Indian and a little Irish and more English in her.
Do you know what tribe of Indians the Aldriches come
Uh,
from?
from South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
I can't.
remember.
I
I
can't
can't remember
remember
the
the.
Indian tribes that are out there. Um, PvP, did you want to look it up, or Daniel? Can you look up what the current tribes are in that still reside in South Carolina? So I'm almost
Yeah,
sure Jay comes from one of those.
let Daniel. I'm just eating. I got some lasagna at the supermarket today. It was like 1.15
Hi, Lemon.
kilograms of lasagna, and I just had to warm it up in the oven for an hour, and I'm chowing down because I was too
Go
tired
for
Let's
at
it.
see
the
if
end of
I
the
can
week to
find it.
actually cook anything. So
Okay, yeah, go for it. That's fine. PvP.
somebody
Well,
else,
Let's see.
look up the facts. I'm just
yeah,
eating.
okay.
Indian,
Yeah, I tried myself and I lost myself on StreamYard twice. So I was like, I'm not looking away again.
Indian tribes
Oh,
Damn
in
StreamYard.
South Carolina.
Right, while Jay's looking for that, Bradwell said you get
And,
50% from mom and 50% from dad, but you don't get the same
uh,
50% from your parents as their siblings do. That's true.
hundreds.
Oh, Lemon Pie said
Let's
to you,
see.
Jay, Catalba. Catalba. That might
Okay. Now that I see the word, I know what it is. It's
okay.
Chickasaw.
Chickasaw. Okay.
Yeah,
Chickasaw tribe. Awesome.
yeah.
Lemon Pie said he's probably from Catawba. That's cool, Lemon Pie. I don't remember Catawbas that well, but yes, that's cool. Yeah. Like I said, our family, I know, does come from a part of Iroquois, way up there, which may explain the reason I moved here to Canada and may not have known it.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just got a message from my sister. She says that we are part Cherokee and Chickasaw.
And Chickasaw, Cherokee and Chickasaw.
Yeah.
Okay. Daniel, do you have any Indian heritage in your family? Any backup Indians that you know of? I think you're on mute there, my friend. Hold on.
I don't think so. All I know is I think my grandpa is German and my grandma is Italian, or that could be the other way around. I'm not sure. Well,
Italian and German.
one of them is Italian. The other one is German.
Wow, that's a cool combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. My dad's is German and French. My mother is, and and Catholic. My mother was Protestant, and she came from German and I think some Irish, and I think my dad said it's some Irish on his side as well. And then of course just a quarter of Scottish. My mother,
Uh,
and
uh, my grandmother actually got a birthday card when she turned 80 years old from JFK's family. They found out that they were doing some research on genealogy to find relatives, and they found out that my grandmother was related to them because she her last name was Kennedy, and she
Uh-huh.
was looking. She was also looking to find out who she was related to, and um, um, she found out that she was related to JFK.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow,
That's
that's very
awesome.
cool.
Yeah.
Related to his dad, mostly his dad.
Oh, okay. You mean Joe
They were
Kennedy?
they
Joe
were
Kennedy? Yeah.
they were like distant cousins.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Okay, first I'll just quickly say Lemon Pie says, well, Catawba isn't the only tribe from South Carolina. It's just the only reservation still existent or extant. I guess it still
I don't
exists.
even know if Cherokee or
Chickasaw.
Chickasaw even has a tribe anymore.
Well, the Cherokee
I don't
does.
know.
The Cherokee still
Uh,
has a tribe. The
they
Cherokee
do.
does still have a tribe.
Okay. I didn't
Previously
know.
to a woman who was full blooded Cherokee. Yeah, who was full blooded Cherokee. That was my second
Oh
ex wife.
wow.
She was full
I
blooded
didn't know
Cherokee.
there was any
So yeah,
tribes
yeah,
left
in
that were full
Oklahoma.
blooded. My daddy's
Yeah, in
sister.
Oklahoma.
You could not deny that she was Indian. I mean, she was totally red faced. My daddy was more tan than red, but you could see a little red in him. But his sister,
Wow.
holy crap! And when she brought home her date that she was engaged to, they got engaged the first date that they had. She
Yeah.
brought him home to her daddy, and when she introduced him and said his last name, oh shit! Her daddy said, "Oh hell no! You two got the same last name. Y'all related."
Well, I told
Well,
you
they
guys
found
the
out they weren't.
yeah. Well, I told you guys the story of Alice Cooper. His real name is Vincent Fernier. He's only missing my Fournier by the letter O, but his last name is Fernier. And my
Oh,
dad said that his family and our Fournier family are distantly related. And today, Alice Cooper would be considered a cousin on my father's side, blood related. So I thought, well, that's really interesting. But I also knew that Vincent came from a Indian type background because he would always talk about um, the Indian tribes that dominated Detroit area before it became a part of Michigan as a city. And he said he came from some of those tribes, and that's what got me interested in my Fournier lineage. I wanted to see if we did actually have some kind of a relation with some of the tribes back then, and that's how I found out about the Iroquois squaw. And I was like, wow, and I have a few
wow,
descendants from the Iroquois, so I was like, that
wow,
that explains a lot.
yeah, yeah.
that explains a lot. High picker, that's what Lemon Pine said.
My
Yeah, so I was just as surprised as you were, I'm sure. Yeah.
my papa, my grandfather, my papa, he always believed that anybody with your last name, you're related to. Well, one
Yes.
night we were watching CBS Evening News, and there was a reporter in California, a black man, and his last name was Wells. I said, "Papa, look," and he looked, and he saw his last name was Wells. He said, "Well, how about that? We're related." And I said,
Yeah,
"You don't know that."
that's true. The one thing that Suzanne and I always look forward to is end credits. We love to watch the end credits in movies. And
uh,
in one movie, I found out that one of my Fourniers was actually the executive of production. He was executive production for Angelina Jolie's first movie she ever directed, which
huh.
I wish I could remember, but he was like the executive in charge of the production. And I said, "Oh, that's so cool."
Angelina Jolie directed a movie.
Yep, she did. She did her first
Oh
movie.
wow.
I
Oh wow.
I was trying to remember what it was. You can probably look it up. It's on Google. I know it's
Has
there.
you know that woman that played in Friends? Oh, what's her name? She was married to Brad Pitt.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jennifer
Uh,
Aniston.
yeah. Did she ever direct a movie?
Which person did you say again, Jay?
Jennifer
Uh,
Aniston. She's awesome.
yeah, yeah.
I don't think so. No, Jennifer
Oh,
Aniston. I don't. She might have directed an episode of Friends. She might have done one or two
oh,
background
okay.
directing of a Friends series,
I
but I
like
don't remember her doing a movie though. No,
I
not
like
Jennifer.
the dude. What was his name that was on Friends? Not the goofy one. Um,
Are you talking
the
about
one, the one that was married to oh, what's her name?
Courtney Cox,
Yeah,
Matthew Perry?
Matthew. I loved him. I loved him.
Oh yeah, I liked Matthew Perry
He
a lot
did a
better than
couple episodes of The West Wing, and I think he should have left Friends to do The West Wing. He was
I think so
great
too.
in The West Wing.
Yeah, I do recall that. I think you're right. Yeah, Matt LeBlanc. Uh, I didn't like him in in the reboot movie
Mm-mm,
based on Lost
mm-mm.
in Space. I didn't.
No, no, no. They
I didn't like him
always
at
want
all.
to do reboot movies of TV shows into comedy and making fun of them. They should be
We
serious, just like the show was.
Matthew, I'm sorry, Daniel. I know how much you love Lost in Space, and you know what? I think you, me, Jay, and PvP should all do a review of the 1998 Lost in Space movie. I
Oh yeah, that's a
guarantee you,
good
we're gonna
movie.
have. Yeah, well, it's okay.
God,
It's
I
okay to
hated that
me,
movie.
but I think we can all go into it. It's
Yeah, that movie was it kind of went into the multiverse a little bit because like there was two realities, the future one and the present one, right?
it
And they
could have,
even said
yeah.
themselves, whatever they do in their reality won't affect the future one. So it's a parallel
Right.
universe.
Oh, Lemon Pie makes a good point. He says, by that logic, I'm related to Moon Pie.
Everything was good about that movie until Dr. Smith got bit by a spider and turned
By
into a creature.
spiders.
I
Yeah,
hated that. I hated
yeah.
that.
Was Let me ask
Yeah.
a question. Now, let me ask a question. Now, let me think. Okay, so, darn it. Let me ask this question then again. Who was it that played Dr. Smith in that movie? It was a good
Uh,
actor. I
I
can't
think yeah,
remember.
it was the guy. Yeah. I forgot his name.
Could you check
He's
it
a
real
good
quick,
actor.
Daniel? Could you
Yeah.
check
He
it?
was he
He's
was
a,
Commissioner Gordon in
yeah, the
the
Batman
Yeah, he was Commissioner
Dark Knight
Gordon for one of
trilogy.
those for the Batman films.
Yeah,
Yeah, The Dark Knight.
yeah.
Oh,
He was a
yeah, he
good
played
actor.
Jim Gordon. Oh, Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman.
That's
Yeah,
it, Gary
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 Oldman.
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 Thank you, Lemon
Gary
Pie.
Oldman.
Yeah, Gary Oldman.
Yeah, yeah, he was
He was
good.
a
He was
great
good.
actor.
Yeah, Gary Oldman.
I wouldn't
He's
I
gone
wouldn't
now. I miss him.
I wouldn't join that panel
Oh,
though
he
because I
left.
just have one word about it, what I think about that movie, and it's not good.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
Go
old
ahead.
school.
Well, go
I
ahead. Go
love the
ahead.
original series, and I
yeah.
thought the movie kind of sucked, to be honest.
Well, like I said, all these reboot movies take Dukes of Hazzard, Starsky and Hutch, uh, Lost in Space. Every last one of them have always made fun of the movies instead of taking the shows that they made into the reboot movies serious, like the TV show was.
Oh, it's like
And
Wild Wild West or the '60s
Yeah.
Avengers. I mean, those movies are
Yes.
horrible, right?
they were
Because
Yeah.
horrible.
they just make a big joke out of it, and it's like, what is
Well,
this crap?
Exactly.
I
You know?
I just couldn't stop. I'll tell you about Wild Wild West real quick. Okay, first of all, I was very upset that Will Smith's in it. Excuse me, I'm not racist, but you don't belong in this film. Second of all, Kevin Kline. Come on, Kevin Kline is a funny
Oh
man,
God,
but he does not deserve this. I mean, the guy
no.
was in the damn thing called A Fish Called Wanda, and he did a great job in that. He did
He
much
was
better
good
in
in
that than
that.
he did as Wild Wild West, and he's playing Artemis Gordon. I mean, come on. Uh,
You,
um,
I loved
yeah.
yeah,
him
no,
in
no,
Dave.
yeah. Oh, Dave. Oh, yeah, Dave. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah, he
Well,
did a
an
great
actor's
Now,
job.
only as good as his material, I guess, right? So,
Oh yeah, and Brad Woods
now
made a
the
great point about Lost in Space. He says, "You think a child could survive on his own on that planet they found, on this planet?"
no.
I don't think so. Oh yeah, Gary Oldman. Thank you, Brandon Lemon.
Um,
You're awesome. Gary Oldman is still alive.
no.
He was Dr. Smith. Oh yeah, William Hurt was the father. He was Robinson of the Robinson family, and he passed. Okay,
yeah,
Brad Wood.
he's
Thank you for the
gone. Yeah.
clarification. Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Oh, by
Thank
the
you.
way, I just want to mention, pop culture's doing the big move today. If you guys haven't heard about that, to Arizona, and
Yeah,
it's been like three weeks at least since we did our last Lost in Space Monday night stream with
I
Jill
miss
and
it.
Gorilla and Pop.
I miss it. I miss it because I
I
did as good as
think
with you
though
guys.
that Pop is hoping to do the next episode on Monday night if he gets everything set up in time, in his new
Did
home. So
did he
fingers
move?
crossed.
Yeah, did he move what yesterday? Yeah, yesterday was Friday, so
Yeah.
today is Saturday. He should be there by now. If
Still
he has
Friday
that.
my time. It's 10:22 here in BC, but I think he should be there. I think he said it was going to be like a 13-hour drive,
He
but
told
with
me.
rest
That's a
stops it'd be like
midnight here.
16 hours. So I guess
Yeah,
they
he
left
told me
this morning.
16
So
hours. Right, he told me 16 hours the last stream, that 9 hour crazy stream he did before. And he
yeah,
said they were going to have some drinks with his friend and then they were going to leave bright and
yeah, in
early
the morning.
Friday morning
They
to
could be
avoid the
there by now.
traffic.
Yeah,
I'm
hopefully.
pretty sure
Yeah.
he could be there. Yeah, I hope he is.
But I guess it depends how soon he gets everything settled and gets the old computer set up. And I mean, I guess he's got a few days to get things organized. So I
Right.
fingers crossed. I'm really hoping because, geez, it's been like what
And
good
and
3 weeks since the last one, right? So
yeah, it's been a good 3 weeks. And I wanted to mention to Daniel that Pop wants you to be there more than ever, because you're so interested in the original series, and he wants you to be a part of it. Even if
Oh,
you're in the chat
yeah,
talking to us.
definitely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I definitely want you there because I barely remember any of the black and white stuff.
If
I got into the I got into the color I got into the color episodes, and I barely remember the
if
black and white first
if
seasons.
somebody would ever do a retrospect of like y'all do with Lost in Space, if they would do something with the West Wing, I would be down with that. I love that TV show.
Oh, Brad Wolf says it's still my Friday. Sorry, I'm slacking a bit at work. Don't tell my bosses. I won't, Brad. I promise.
we won't mention it.
No, we'll just highlight it here and go away. Go away. There. I know what that's like.
Today's let's see. I don't even know what day it is. It's Saturday. Okay.
Well, it's Saturday morning for me because yeah,
It
it's
dep-
Yeah,
1:25
for
yeah,
me
a.m.
too.
here in
depends on your
Toronto,
time zone, basically.
and
It's
It's
Saturday
10:24
I
here.
I
at
think
Friday
Daniel and
night
I are
here,
on the
but
same. Daniel, we're on the same time frame.
You're in
I'm probably gonna
California,
crash it anyway.
BC
PvP.
for yeah, and then for
I'm
you,
getting
Bay.
tired.
Oh no, he's in Kelowna, British Columbia. He's
Yeah,
3 hours
I'm
behind
Oh,
me,
Pacific time, so
and
oh,
then
okay.
right. I think you're in Central. Aren't you in
So
Central Time?
everybody on the
You're an hour.
panel except for me is in Canada.
Yes.
seems like it.
Oh, okay.
I told you we're
Okay.
Man,
naughty. I told you
I
we're
gotta
naughty.
say, we
We're
we
a unique
Canadians
bunch.
we Canadians are a big part of live streams on YouTube lately. I've noticed, and I really enjoy talking to
Okay.
all my American friends too, like Jill and a lot of cool people I've met. So
Yes, and Jill and
You know,
Scotty
you're
and
talking to
yeah.
one right now. I'm from
Um,
well,
Louisiana.
yeah, Lemon.
yeah,
Well,
Pop has had
yeah,
a
and you're
tough
dear to us,
time.
Jay.
Yeah,
It's been quite a few months for poor Bob. but hopefully the new destination works out. Yes,
Yes,
Lemon. Oh, and
I've been
Lemon's in
praying for
Texas.
coffee.
Wow. Yeah, a friend of mine's in Texas. Yeah, from school. That's cool,
Hey,
Lemon.
Lemon, you're in
Are you
Texas.
anywhere near Dallas?
Say hi to
Yeah,
Jill
I
for me
wonder if
next
he's in
time you
Dallas.
see her.
Yeah, Miss
Lemon
Jill.
pie,
Yeah,
can I
she's
ask
wonderful.
you for you to keep your weather in Texas? I'm tired of getting your rain.
Oh yeah, it's his fault. It's okay, Lemon Pie. I know you can't control the weather, but maybe just ask God for a little less rain Jay's way. Just a little prayer. Just
Lord,
say like, yeah,
that next to last storm we had nearly, whoo, Lord.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, Jay, we're part of prayer groups. Why don't you send some rain up here? We could definitely use it. We're
I'll
supposed
be
to get some
glad to
tomorrow.
push it up there. You can keep it forever. I'm tired of lights going out.
Oh yeah, we could definitely use it here. Yeah, Daniel says he's in Bellwood, so he's pretty close to where I am. Same time frame. We could definitely
I
use
just
some more
wish
rain up
y'all
here.
keep that ice and snow up there. I'm tired of getting it almost every year. Oh Lord.
Oh man. Yeah, Lemon Pie says, I think Jill would pretend not to see me. Oh, come on, Lemon Pie. She respects you being a part of our chat, her chats, as well as any of
Oh,
us. I
I think
know.
Jill. I think Jill welcomes everybody, Lemon.
Oh, absolutely. He
She's
says
the
I'll
most
hold the next
gracious.
storm back.
I think Jill's the most gracious person I've ever
Thank
met.
you, lemon
Actually, to be
pie.
honest.
Yes, thank you, Lemon Pie. Yeah, please hold the next storm back for Jay at least. But I'm
Well,
asking Jay.
I gotta say, you can't blame Western Canada for all that snow and ice because we don't have much of it here. Actually,
Oh
always.
yeah, thank
That's
you.
more
Every
like an
time
Ontario
we
thing.
get it, it came from Canada.
Yeah, but Canada's a big, wide country, so it's not all. We have many different climates in Canada, actually, and luckily
Yeah.
where I am,
Oh.
it's usually the winters are pretty mellow. So
Hey
you go
PvP,
to Ontario, though, that's when you're going to get your ass frozen off, or the prairies, of course.
yeah, PvP. I got to
Yeah.
ask you a serious question for a moment.
Okay.
Are you having in your region there in Kelowna? Are you having any problems with those supposed Chinese hornets that they're supposed to be killer hornets or something that came through
Not,
your province?
n- not that I've noticed so far. Haven't heard anything about it. I usually
Okay,
check the news once a week, and I haven't heard any, horrible stories about them showing up. So maybe they're are they in Washington State? I mean, I'm not sure, but
there are a few in Washington State, but I think more towards the northern part of the state. I haven't heard
Oh,
anything
that's
from my
a sign.
brother who lives up there, so I don't know
yeah,
for sure.
I haven't seen any of them around here or heard anything about it here yet. So
The
hopefully,
first
fingers crossed.
Yeah,
You
the
know.
first time I heard about them was they were in Vancouver,
Oh shit.
around
Well,
that area. So yeah,
Vancouver's a lot more of a mild, temperate, oceanic climate than we are here.
yeah.
Like in the Okanagan, we're actually classified as semi-arid desert. In fact,
Wow.
Yama, like 2 or 3 hours down south from me, they actually have desert, like sands, like dunes, desert dunes, sand
Oh,
dunes.
okay. All right.
So, which is
Oh.
one of the rare, deserts in Canada. Actually, it's very rare, but they do
Oh
have them,
yeah.
and so we're very dry, and often, I mean, we've been getting into 30s lately, like Celsius. So we can actually get up to like 100 degrees in Fahrenheit some days. It's not
What?
uncommon in the summer, right? So we're
Right,
basically
but
a
it's
very,
worse.
very hot valley.
But is it worse for you because it's humidity, not so much dryness, or do
We
you
don't
get
get
dryness?
humidity. That's the weird thing. Like
Oh,
it
okay.
can feel humid. Like the air can feel heavy some days, but it's not like back east where it's like a sauna where you're soaking wet, right? Because I've been in Ontario once, and I know what the humidity can be like back there. And BC more has a dry heat, but still, when you get up in the 30,
Yeah.
35, high 30s range, the air still feels very, very heavy, and you can still sweat your butt off. So, but it's not the same humidity as in
Uh,
Eastern Canada.
You don't
yeah.
want
Lemon Pie
you
says
don't want to
PvP.
live
Are
in
you a desert
Louisiana.
rose?
I don't know what
Oh
the
You
hell
don't
yeah,
you're
want
no.
talking about, Lemon.
you don't want to you don't want to live in Louisiana PvP if you're talking about humidity. Don't live in
uh,
Louisiana. Dear God.
I can
We
imagine.
Yeah,
were
no,
Well,
it's very bad.
we were at
Yeah.
101 degrees last week,
oh, oh,
Oh
oh,
my
that's hot.
God. Oh,
and
oh,
it felt like
bad.
110.
Oh shit.
It did. It did with the humidity. It's worse.
Well,
Yeah.
I was in Washington D.C. like back in 1997 because I actually went to art school, so I have an arts degree, and the National Gallery in Washington that year, that summer, was having a Picasso exhibit, like a lot of his blue and rose period paintings. I mean, I don't know if that means anything to you guys, but some of his most famous paintings. And so I had to go see those. So spent like 3 days in DC. And oh my God, the humidity hit the second day. And walking outside to go down to the gallery and look at the paintings, it was like a sauna. It was like a bloody sauna bath. You were
I
soaking wet, It was just unreal.
Yeah, it's why they don't
Yeah. If
expose a lot of their paintings, because even the oldest paintings, uh, they have to be in a, you know, uh, a non-humidified, uh, almost frozen, because if you expose one of those paintings to outside,
Oh,
especially with our humidity and temperatures,
you'd
that
be
thing
destroyed.
melts. That thing melts.
Well,
It's
the thing
gone.
is,
It's
Mikey,
gone.
I guess the National Gallery is probably one of the best climate control galleries. I mean, it's the National Gallery in Washington, D.C., right? So they
Yeah,
had their act together. And I mean, there
yeah,
was the paintings were just hanging on the wall. There was no special protection. I actually walked up to, masterpieces by Picasso. I walked up like 3, 4 inches away and just looked at the details, like the paint, the brush strokes, because I was so, I'm so into it. Like it's totally, you look at
yeah,
these paintings in a book, that doesn't do them justice. You walk up to the real thing. I mean, there were paintings in there, like there was the one with circus performers. There was like,
yes.
I don't know, 15 feet across or something, 12 by
Oh,
15 feet. It
for
was
sure. Yeah,
enormous. It took up an entire wall. And I'm
yeah.
walking up to this thing and I'm just getting right up there with I'm surprised the guards didn't like grab me or something actually, because I'm so close. I'm just sinking it all in. I'm thinking, oh, I'll never get to see these again because they'll all go back to Europe or whatever. And I'm just like loving every minute I'm there, and I'm just like pressing my nose. It's like a kid in a candy store pressing my nose up against the glass, right,
Oh, of
so to
course.
speak. And I was like,
I
oh my God, amazing,
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah. I wanted to ask Lemon Pie actually a question because he was agreeing with Jay. He said Louisiana's awful with the humidity. Yeah, it is. And I lived in Oklahoma for a time for 18 months. That humidity is bad. It is
well, son,
absolutely bad.
if you live near a lake or a river, you're going to have bad humidity.
Yes, but we're talking about a flat state of Oklahoma, which has barely
We
any
uh
lakes.
we
Nothing.
actually have
Almost
a
nothing.
road that is near a creek, and it's called Stink Creek, because
Stink
if you
Creek.
pass by there, you better hold your damn nose.
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, and then the other thing I found out about Oklahoma, and I think I might have mentioned it to you gentlemen before, was that there's only one tall spot in the entire state. And my ex at the time took me there. It's called Mount Scott, and it's only just barely above 1,000 feet in height.
Right.
And that's the only thing that's not flat. Everything else is completely flat in that state. And
Uh,
what I wanted to ask Lemon Pie was, Lemon Pie, you live in Texas, so I wanted to ask you, were there days that you actually felt like you were walking on top of an oven surface of how hot it is and how hot it gets there in that state? I guarantee you would have walked on an oven. It felt like walking on top of a barbecue grill or something. Uh, so I'm asking that of Lemon Pie if he wants to respond. Great,
Well,
because that would be great to hear from him.
we have people that have to put little booties on their dogs and cats if they're going to take them out on a walk on the road or the sidewalk,
Oh
because
yeah, they have to wear little booties. Yeah, I heard that.
you can
Oh man.
actually fry an egg on the sidewalk or even the road, but mostly on the sidewalk, because I've done it.
I told
I've
you.
cracked
Yeah,
an
I told you
I've
guys.
cracked an egg on a sidewalk and it started frying.
Yeah, I told you guys. I maybe or did I mention this before? MythBusters. You guys remember that show, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
so
I love that
MythBusters.
show.
Yeah, so one of their first episodes was they went to downtown Phoenix, took out a one of those pans, cooking pans. They threw on the eggs, bacon, hash browns, and they cooked the entire meal on the surface of one of the Phoenix sidewalks and on the asphalt. An entire breakfast, and it
You
cooked in
don't
less than
need a
30
pan.
minutes.
Just put it on the sidewalk and it'll start frying.
It's
Yeah,
more
but they wanted
sanitary in the pan, though.
it's more sanitary in the pan apparently. But they
Hey,
wanted but they
there's a
wanted to see
tip.
how much heat was generated, and it was so
If you want to
insane.
be homeless, go to Phoenix and you can at least cook a good breakfast every day.
You can, you can, you can. Lemon Pie says, "Oh, absolutely, it can get very hot here, Mikey." Yeah, but what I'm trying to get to you, Lemon, is that there's days where I mean, even Suzanne knows because she was here with me for a while. There's days we can walk outside. It feels like you just came into an oven, like you're just going inside baking with a steak or something like that. It's just how hot and dry it is. And I know Texas can
You
get
go.
very dry.
I had to. I went to the grocery store. I went to Huddle House, then the grocery store, and came home and had to jump in the shower.
I had to take two showers, Jay. I worked two jobs when I was living in Oklahoma. The humidity was so bad when I got out of my morning job, and in the evening I had to work as a, night auditor for a Super 8 hotel, front desk. So I went home. I took a shower, and when I got out of the shower, I was still covered in sweat. I felt like I took two showers, and then I had to
I
dry myself off, and then go to my second job.
yeah.
That's how
Good
it was.
Lord.
It was
I
insane.
I I scared my aid worker this past week. We
Oh
went
no.
to the grocery store at Walmart and came home. I just cannot take the being out in the sun. For just a few minutes, sitting in the electronic shopping cart, waiting for my aid worker to unload and put everything in the trunk. Uh, and when I got home, it took me 3 hours to recover because it just saps my strength. I
Oh,
just can't
yes.
do it.
I understand. Yeah. Lemon says yes, it can feel like an oven going on outside.
Oh
It depends
yes,
also. Yeah. It also depends on the kind of oven. Like some days I thought it felt like an easy bake oven. Another time it felt like a microwave oven that you're still
we
in there
were
with
we
the
were in
French fries.
Walmart for only 10 minutes, and
Yeah.
we got back in the car. We had to get out of the car and let the aid worker turn on the air conditioner in the car to let it cool down for about 5 minutes before we could get in the car. I mean, the seat felt
Was
like
hot.
it was on fire.
Yeah, like if you sat on that seat, you'd melt. You would melt. It'd be
Oh
like butter.
yes, I couldn't wear the seatbelt.
That's
Mm-mm.
so bad. Yeah, Lemon, we are partners on this one for sure. Um, we all are. Yeah, he says it feels at times like you're on another planet, going outside of the dome and preparing to minimize the time outside. That is
I tell you
absolutely
what.
true. Oh my god, that is
I tell you
crazy.
what. We have some weird dishes here in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Um, my aide was like, "What? You're fixing what?" Uh, I made for breakfast. I made me some mashed potatoes,
Uh huh.
added some scrambled eggs,
Which is
and
awesome.
made some white gravy, and put it
Wow.
all together and ate it. It was so good. And she's going like, "What the hell are you eating?"
We had an interesting food combination. Uh, my wife found the other day. Found this. It's kind of like a veggie type of uh, noodles. It almost seems like a,
uh,
a Chinese dish, and
right.
we threw in uh, we threw in some Stouffer's. Uh, what do they call it? the Stouffer's fixings with turkey, the stuffing. So we threw in stuffing,
Right.
we threw in mashed potatoes, and my wife is great at mashed potatoes. I love her mashed potatoes. She does it with so much love. And then threw in chicken, threw in pure chicken breast, and oh my gosh, that was just so good. And
I
the
had this
veggie thing,
Chinese
she threw in
lady.
yeah, and what she did with the veggie noodle dish yesterday, she threw in 2 cans of ravioli, um,
Yeah.
the Chef Boyardee ravioli, and mixed it together,
Oh, I
and
love
a
that.
little bit of melted cheese, and oh my god, it was just so good, just so good.
We went to
Clement
a
says,
Chinese
however,
restaurant this week, and
yeah,
I put on my plate that what do you call it? The noodles. Um.
chow
Oh
mein,
shoot, what is it?
was it
Chow
chow
mein.
mein? Chow mein,
I put
okay.
chow mein on the bottom of the plate. I
Yeah.
added those little fried potatoes
Oh,
and put some bell pepper and onions on top of it. And the
oh no,
Chinese
you
woman
didn't.
came back.
Oh,
She was bringing my
bell
drink and
pepper.
she went like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, you had me at bell pepper, Jay.
Oh
I love bell peppers. Green, yellow, red, all
yeah,
of
yeah.
them. I love them. I
I
love
love
them.
making hamburger meat with sauteed bell pepper, onion, and
Ah,
mushrooms, and
oh,
add
stop with the
Worcestershire
onions.
sauce on it.
Oh, please. Oh, you just make now you're making me salivate. Thanks. Thanks. With the yeah, with the onions for sure. Lemon pie does say, however, sometimes fall and winter are nice. Well, yeah, I want winter to come back. I want it now.
Our
Yeah,
fall,
Brad Wolf says
let me
sounds
tell you something.
delicious.
Our summer never ends. It's summer, fall is summer, and winter is summer. And then
Is it the same
January,
way?
February, we get some snow, and that's it. And then we
That's
go back
great.
to
Wow.
summer. We never get no spring here.
Well, that's like it was in Arizona. I lived there for over 40
Oh my
years.
God, I
I
gotta
lived in
try that.
central. I lived in central Arizona, and the only two seasons that exist is for 2 months, which is pretty much December, January, and maybe February once in a while. That's spring, and it's warm.
Oh my
And then
God.
the rest of the year, 9 months, all summer. There's no fall, no winter, nothing. I lived in that for over 40 years. So you can
Mikey,
understand
read
when I,
that. Read that thing of Brad Wolf's.
yeah, I'm going to. Sounds delicious, Jay. I like making an egg, hash browns, and peanut butter sandwiches from the breakfast I was given as a kid. Are they toasted, Brad? Because I love toasted peanut butter sandwich.
Oh, I've got to try that, Brad. I've got to try that.
It's
I've
awesome
got
too.
eggs, hash brown, and peanut
And
butter. I've got to try that.
yeah, and I was going to say, Jay, make sure you tell Brad that the egg has to be. It can be scrambled. You can do it that way,
It can be
or
scrambled
yeah, or you can do it sunny side up and then dip
or
the peanut butter
fried.
sandwich in the egg yolk. Yeah, absolutely.
I love a fried peanut butter sandwich.
Well, and see what Brad said. Yes, Mikey, they were toasted. Yeah, I knew we were connected, Brad.
Oh God, I
Toasted peanut butter
love
and jelly sandwich is great too.
I love
But
peanut
but
butter
peanut butter.
toast.
Yes, I do. Yeah. So we're connected. We're all
Oh
connected
God.
here. My friends, all 6 of us. We love these guys. Almost the same exact things. Oh my god, I love it. It's great. I love it.
Oh, you ought to try a peanut butter bologna toast sandwich.
I've done I've done peanut butter and bologna on toast. I've done bologna and butter and mozzarella on toast. I've done cheddar cheese. I've done American cheese, and the thing is, processed American cheese is not cheese. And if you really want to get into radical cheese, do cheddar or do blue cheese or get into a mozzarella, uh, like mozzarella balls
Yeah.
that are actually natural. I mean, those are some of the best. Um, and yeah, lemon pie. Yeah, you lived on peanut butter certain times of my life. We all did. We all did. I
Oh
remember when the
yeah.
only thing, yeah, I remember one time when I was living by myself, the only thing I had was milk in the fridge because I love milk at the time. I still do,
Love
radically.
milk.
Yeah, except well, skim milk now, more like skim. But I loved milk. I had maybe one or two cans of pasta. Luckily, I had a can opener that you do by hand to open it yourself. And then all I had left was you know, uh, bread and then of course peanut butter. I didn't have any jam, and I thought, okay, I've only got enough meals to make myself for like 3 maybe 4 days, and so I would take one thing of ravioli because I was always a ravioli person. I loved it, beef ravioli for me, and I would just make a little bit of it, half the can, and then I would make myself a toasted peanut butter sandwich, and then I would mix it with the ravioli, and that made me last for about 3 4 days,
Oh,
and then
try
I
the
would.
ravioli on top of the peanut butter toast.
Well, my wife has put ravioli on top of toast and toasted toast. That's even more awesome. Yeah, I've done both.
Peanut butter on you toast your bread. You put the peanut butter on both sides of your toast, and
Yes.
then you lay the pieces of
Ra-
shepherdie ravioli on top of that peanut butter toast, and put the
I would.
other piece of toast on top. Oh, it's
Yes,
so good.
it is good. I put what I did one time, Jay, was I put the ravioli. Okay, was on the side, but I took the rest of the sauce and I put the sauce right on top of the peanut butter
Mm.
sandwich, of the toasted peanut butter sandwich. I did that, and that was just oh
Have
my
you
god, so awesome.
have you ever eaten the tried frying spaghetti in a
Yeah.
frying pan
Yep.
and flip it over and fry it again, make it crusty? Oh, it's so good.
Oh, of course. Oh, I meant to ask you, Jay. Have you or Daniel or PvP, have you ever done Elvis's sandwich, the peanut butter and banana?
No,
I did.
no.
I heard it was good.
It is awesome. You got to have a ripe banana to do it, though, Daniel, and make sure the banana is not bruised. It's gotta where it's already turned yellow. At first, first if you get one of those raw bananas that are green, that's fine. Just let it sit there on the counter for a couple days. Then when it's ready and
Mm,
it's yellow, peel it back and cut little
mm.
slices of the banana onto your peanut butter on toast. It is freaking awesome. I could understand why Elvis loved it. I definitely can. It's so good. It really is. I had to introduce myself to it. I thought it was very good. But you should do it, Jay. You too, PvP, if you get a chance.
Have you ever had those Nabisco premium crackers? Have you ever crushed up those crackers in a bowl and pour some milk and eat it?
Not the Nabisco crackers themselves, but my dad actually made cheesecake, the crumbs from Nabisco. He did it as
Okay.
part of his cheesecake recipe, and those are
That's what those Nabisco premium crackers with milk in a bowl is what we used to call poor man's cereal. When you
it
didn't
is
have
poor man's
money to
cereal.
buy a box of cereal, but you had crackers, you had poor man's cereal for breakfast.
Yeah, no, I know. What I used to do is I took toast and toasted it, right? But then I would eat
Yeah.
it like it was French toast. If I had syrup lying
Hmm.
around, I just put
Yeah.
butter on the toast, add
Yeah.
syrup, and eat it like
Yeah.
it's French toast toasted.
Oh yeah.
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 Oh yeah. Yeah.
We.
I
I'll tell
we
you what's
we
even
could do
better than.
more. Yeah.
I'll tell you what's even better than poor man's cereal is make you a pound of cornbread, put it in a glass, and put some milk in it and eat it. It's so good.
Oh. Well, you know what? You could actually throw on some uh, Cool Whip on that. You could or a
Ew.
little bit of whipping cream. No, it'd be like
Ew.
it's like having no. It's good. It's like having
Ew.
a no. It's cornbread. Cornbread is just a little bit baked version of a Twinkie. So if you throw a little bit of whipped cream
I
on it
know,
and
but
milk,
yuck.
it'll be good. I'm
No,
just
no, no,
saying.
no, no.
I'm just saying. Uh, let's see. Two more things here. Okay. So Lemon Pie says he's more peanut butter now than man. Obi-Wan
Yep.
Kenobi. Okay. Brad Wolf says, this is a terrible conversation for me. I'm about 20 minutes away from lunch, and all this is sounding absolutely delicious. Brad Wolf, that wasn't our intention. Sorry. We're naughty people. You should have known that. No, you do know that. But I mean, no.
We love talking about food.
We love talking about food. We do. Yes. Yes.
Fat people love
And
to
I'll
talk
probably
about
eat a
food.
banana after this. No, I'll probably eat a banana and yogurt after this because I get hungry.
Oh,
I get hungry
yogurt.
very
God.
quickly. I love yogurt.
Mm.
You ever have a yogurt milkshake? Oh,
I've
that
never
you
had
haven't
yogurt
lived.
in my life.
Oh, well, you
Yeah,
haven't
I'd
lived
say.
until you've had a yogurt milkshake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. You only have to use skim milk and yogurt
Yeah,
and mix
today I
it
had
in a blender. Yeah.
No, thank you.
Did you have that, Daniel, yourself?
well, no, today at the theater I got myself a cookies and cream milkshake.
Oh,
Um,
damn you!
yeah, but you know what? It was good. I drank every last drop. It was
Oh,
it was thick.
I bet
It was
you
good.
did. Yeah,
But
crazy.
the
Crazy
thing
man.
is, it costed a lot of money. It was like $8.
Oh yeah, no, that's crazy.
I know. I mean,
Mm.
those theater prices are expensive.
I like to make my own milkshake at home with a blender.
Yes.
I take Bluebell vanilla ice cream and put some Nestle's chocolate quick in it and mix it up. Oh, it's so good.
Oh,
With
But
some
there was a
milk.
Flash. There was a Flash plush toy for like $30. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna buy this for $30.
my wife wanted me to
Yeah.
buy. My wife was thinking of buying, like, we had here at Cineplex. They had one of these plush things for Indiana Jones. I mean, with the fedora and everything. I'm not paying 25 or $35 for something like that. I love Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but shoot, I mean, like, sure, it would have been nice to have the plush toy sitting in the corner, next to
Right.
the indie films, but no, I'm not going to pay that. No, that's
No way.
that's
But like
crazy.
going back to like the Indiana Jones topic, okay, you know how in Raiders of the Lost Ark, first of all, you know how Indiana Jones never keeps any of the relics from the movies, like in Temple of Doom, which is my favorite. He didn't keep any of the Shankara stones. Two of them fell in the river.
Oh,
And
three of them. I think three of them fell.
no,
Daniel.
no,
But you're
one of
right.
them.
But you're right. He only had he had three that fell in the river that I recall, and then he did keep the one, but gave that back to the village.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he didn't have any Shankara for
So
himself.
it really is sad. The Cup of
Yeah.
Christ, the Holy Grail,
Right.
fell into the earth along
Yeah.
with Elsa Schneider.
It's gone.
In my
Yeah.
opinion, the best looking Indiana Jones woman.
Allison
I
Doody.
like Elsa Schneider.
Yeah,
It's too bad she
Allison
fell
Doody.
into the earth.
That's
Yeah.
the Ark of the Covenant in a
No, but
warehouse
no,
at the end.
Yeah,
Well-
the Ark of the Covenant. The government took it, but at least they retrieved it.
Yeah.
That was the only.
Yeah.
Wait.
Well, yeah.
That was the only artifact. No, wait a second. Hold on.
Yeah, that was the only artifact. See, I remember at the end of Raiders, as I'm sure you guys all remember, the guy taking the Ark of the Covenant inside a crate into this warehouse. But you don't know which warehouse he brought it to. But then what I liked about Crystal Skull was the fact they explained it. It's Area 51, and that's where the crate went, was at Area 51, one of their warehouses.
Well, at least we
there.
know the Ark of the Covenant isn't really there because
Yeah,
God says no one will ever find it.
no.
So,
I've heard-
is it on Earth? Is it on Earth?
Suppose, okay,
Uh,
let me hear my...
in
yeah.
Revelations, it looks like it's in heaven
It
and
looks
will
like
be
it's in heaven.
and will be brought back down to the new earth where Jerusalem is right now.
Well, okay. If you believe rumors or if you believe history, there's only three places it could be. One place is in Ethiopia. It's a monastery there, a church. that they say it's down below, and it's guarded 24/7 by the monks of the church in Ethiopia,
No,
as well as by the military. If you believe them, that's where they say the Ark
no,
of the Covenant is. The other place they believe it could be is on the Dome of the Rock, the one in Jerusalem, that big dome church
no.
that you
It's
see
not
there.
there either.
It could be below there. The only other place that it could be, other than those two places, would be basic. Well, because they say in Ethiopia is supposedly where all life started on Earth, or where they thought Adam and Eve were. So if it's not in Ethiopia, and if it's not in Jerusalem, then Jay might be right. It just might be up in heaven at the end of
God
Raiders.
says no one. It says no one will ever find it.
Yeah,
That no man knows where it is. No one will find it. And then in Revelation, it talks about some objects that is in heaven that will be brought back down to earth on the new earth. He's going to destroy this earth.
right. Like there'll be a new Jerusalem, a new Earth. Yeah, uh-huh. That's what I've heard as well. Bradwood says, "Yeah, no worries, guys. I'll have food as well." Oh, and then Lemon Pie says, "I'm actually intrigued by Mikey's mock Twinkie." I can tell you some other stories, Lemon Pie, what I did to make mock Twinkies. Yeah,
I tell you what's real good, Monkey. Have you
yeah. Go
ever
ahead.
gotten you one of those little Debbie Star Crunches and put peanut butter on the back of it and eat it? It's so good.
I did one better. I actually put strawberry syrup on one of those.
Oh yeah,
Uh huh. Those Star
You know,
Crunchies.
like
Star Crunchy bars.
In Raiders, they got the Ark. The government, American government, got the Ark because they thought they had a weapon on their. They could use it as a weapon
yeah,
because, like,
Yeah.
yeah, because like I think in the ancient text they said like whoever held the Ark, you know, whole armies fell before it. Like everybody died or something when they looked
yeah.
upon it or something.
They
There
conquered
was
the
a
world. Yeah,
yeah, there was a
Yeah, but
story
you know
that the
what?
Israelites.
Yeah, but
Yeah, just let me tell you quick, Daniel. There's a story in the Bible about the Israelites, and when they were carrying the ark, they came into the land of Canaan, and there was a rebel tribe in Canaan. Might have been the early form of the Canaanites. I'm not quite sure, but this tribe wanted to attack them, and for some reason, they never gave. They never even came within spitting distance of the Israelites. They were allowed to walk through the land without any opposition. So whether that was the Ark of the Covenant guiding them through God, you know, with divine intervention, or just the fact that they were lucky and didn't encounter any warring tribe. But that's, you know, nobody could stand before that ark. They all knew that.
well, when that person got killed by touching the ark, David got mad at God and
Yeah,
he put the ark in a man's house. And for
yeah,
months, that man prospered. He had success.
yeah.
So, anyone who has the Ark of the Covenant will have success. Who is an Israelite? Because remember, King David's enemies got it, and they were having a lot of bad stuff happen to them. So
They
he
had a
the
well. There
and
was
then
whole storms and stuff.
that
Yeah,
enemy told King David, "Come get it."
yeah. Oh, and lemon. Yeah, I know it's making you a little bit hungry too. Well, go grab something. I don't mind.
Yeah,
You're a monitor. You're a moderator. You're allowed to do that. You can step away and get it something to eat. I'm
so
not stopping
like
you.
the American government got it because they thought it probably could help them in in World War II or something against the Nazis, I suppose. But you know, it's like, you know, like in Crystal Skull, they created, in my opinion, in Crystal Skull, they created a weapon that was 10 times more powerful than the Ark of the Covenant, which was the first nuclear bomb.
Right. That's true. But don't forget, it was that one movie I really do want to see now, uh, Oppenheimer, that the professor did mention, and I've seen the trailer for it, so it looks really good to me. It's interesting to note that Oppenheimer, like so many other scientists from Germany, that originally had created the V2 rockets. You remember those, the ones that they were going to fire over at, London and burn that place, burn the entire city to the ground with V2 rockets. And thank God they didn't succeed in that. But then you have those same kind of scientists, smuggled over to America, which to this day I still don't understand. But in a way, I do understand as far as uh, what they did eventually with NASA and everything, to advance the space race. But before that, when they created all these, you know, vicious weapons of mass destruction, those
Yeah.
were the first weapons of mass destruction was the atomic bomb, and then you had the hydrogen
Yeah.
bomb, then you have the
Yeah.
neutron bomb, there, and then of course the EMP, that can wipe out all your electronics if you blow it up, your EMP bomb over the surface of the Earth, uh, you know, just above the surface in the ionosphere. So you have all those
Yeah.
deadly weapons that are out there. They exist. They're all out there. Everything. Yeah. Very,
Yeah. Also,
very.
just think the first bomb they created in 1957, the one that we saw in Crystal Skull, that was the prototype. That was the prototype. It was the first one, right? And
No,
as time went on,
that
what?
was actually no, that was actually a. It could have been an early form of the hydrogen bomb, because the very first bomb went off in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Remember in early 1945 before they dropped those bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So the one we
Yeah.
saw in 57, yeah, the one we saw in 57, Daniel, was an early form of the hydrogen bomb, and that should have killed Indy instantly. So
Yeah, but they just get more and more powerful as went on, because like if you see, like, the ones they created in the 60s and the ones they created in the 70s and so on and so forth, they just get more and more powerful.
And smaller.
oh, for sure, uh, and smaller, yeah. Oh, guys, and let's
Yeah.
start to laugh. And then there's the bomb that happens after devouring Taco Bell.
Yeah.
I mean, I was talking to Steampunk. I was talking to
Oh yeah,
Taco
Steampunk,
steampunk.
hell, you mean?
Yeah, go
and he
ahead, Dan.
told
Sorry.
and he told me, like, nowadays they have intercontinental ballistic missiles which can actually just, like, destroy an entire continent. Is that, I don't know. Do you think they actually have
Well,
that?
not a continent, but not an entire continent. No, you would have to
No,
have
a city.
multiple
A city.
bombs. You mean cities?
The most
They
scariest
have not made
country.
a bomb to destroy continents, or they'd already be destroying continents.
Yeah, the most scariest scenario right now is that Kim Jong
Because you
Il,
can't
who
destroy
passed away.
Europe,
Yeah,
all of Europe, with one bomb.
yeah, you can't do that with one bomb. That's true.
No,
But as I was going to emphasize, with Kim Jong Il, who just recently passed away, thank God he's gone. But his son is still a bad person, Kim Jong Il or
but
whatever his name is. He has a nuclear weapon. He has one that he can fire right now over there in Tokyo, Japan, and destroy that city. He has the
yeah,
weaponry. That is the
yeah.
most scariest thing I can absolutely say exists right now. And China is just a a thumb press away from launching nuclear weapons.
Well, China has nuclear rockets. They have
Yes,
nuclear
they do.
bombs.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
It's North Korea that is trying to test to
Yeah.
deliver rockets to the
Yeah,
United
Brad Wolf.
States.
Yeah, Brad Wolf just confirmed it for me. Kim Jong Un. Yeah, the little psycho.
Yeah,
Yeah, psycho bitch.
yeah.
Damn it. Yeah,
Because
he's alive.
he just tried launching a rocket to Japan.
Yeah, he did. He did. It was a test rocket. I'm surprised that the U.S. is not up in arms about it. Well, they were, but I mean, they're not doing anything.
Well, if
You
it
know,
reached Japan, I guarantee you the United States would have wiped them out.
more likely. But they'd have to get Putin's permission to fire on China. Don't forget, Russia and China still share a lot of necessary items like oil and things like that. It won't
Yeah,
be. It wouldn't be a stretch for Putin to threaten them. But until China does something that wipes out whole populations or whatever,
Yeah.
Putin wouldn't even lift a finger. And if he saw that the United States was going to fire on his neighbor, well, then all hell breaks loose. So, yeah, it's a very sticky situation right now.
Yeah.
Very scary. Yeah. So
That
say your prayers.
that
Say your prayers.
that
And
movie in the '80s was a very scary movie.
the War
The
Games
day
one.
after,
The War
the
Games
day
one.
after,
Oh, the day after. Yes.
that was a scary movie.
I thought War Games was scary. Having a computer run everything.
It kind of was, but actually seeing people evaporate from the nuclear explosion in the day after was, oh my God.
Well,
Oh,
the
the
day
day
after, was that
after.
the one with Denise
That
Crosby?
traumatized school children. They couldn't go to school the next day. I couldn't go to school the next day.
Yeah. Did Daniel ask you correctly, Jay? Was that the one that had Tasha Yar in it before she became Tasha Yar? Denise
I'm
Crosby.
not sure. I'm
Huh.
not sure.
Somebody looked that up for me.
Yeah, because I remember Denise Crosby was in a nuclear disaster movie,
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
but they never explained what happened. It was all from the viewpoint of the civilians, but nobody explained what is happening and why.
Russia
Wait, is
just
that?
decided to launch their missiles at the United States,
Yeah.
But
and
yeah,
we
yeah, I remember.
retaliated.
Yeah, I remember like one of the characters called into a military base somewhere, and they asked what is happening, and then they just hung up the phone or something, and I'm like, well, what does that mean? Something must be happening, but it's just really weird.
There
Like
was.
they were very vague.
Oh,
Yeah.
what about that movie back in the? It was a black and white movie. It was with
Okay.
Henry Fonda, I think. Um,
Okay.
the United States were doing a normal routine flyby with their jets to near Russia, and they got a computer call saying to launch their missiles in Moscow. Well, it was a mistake, and the president's
Yeah.
trying to call the fighters to return them, but after a certain amount of where they were, their orders are do not listen to even the president. Well, they launched their bomb, destroyed Moscow, and the president, he said, as soon as Moscow is destroyed, when we hear the tone go off, I will order New York to be bombed
Huh.
because he didn't want Russia to retaliate on the United States. He said, "Well, Mr. Prime Minister or whatever the leader of Russia was back then, he said, if I launch a nuclear attack on New York, will that satisfy you?" And he said yes.
Oh wow. Yeah,
And
that's.
so he destroyed New
I wish
York.
I could. Yeah, I do recall some of that movie, but I don't
They
recall the
redid the
title.
movie. They redid the movie back in '90s or 2000s with George Clooney.
Okay.
The
Yeah, I wish
same
I could
movie.
remember the.
They redid
Yeah.
it.
Do you know the title, Jay? I don't even remember the title.
No, but it was a live action uh, movie. I mean, they aired it live.
Like it was live. Oh wow.
Yeah, and they just did stock footage and stuff of bombs and stuff, but everything else of the acting was live. And so they did the same thing back in the '90s or 2000s with George Clooney, and it was live.
Yeah. I think the one, Daniel. I think the one you're talking about is the day after, is when they had the Earth had shifted. Something had happened with the Earth shifting at its core, and what happened was it became a new ice age, and there was supposed to be a major uh, I forget. Oh yeah, it was supposed to be like a major flood that was coming. It had Elijah Wood in it, and Lily Sobieski, and Dennis Quaid, and I think
Oh,
there's a
that
few
was
other people.
oh, something. Tomorrow is in the title.
Yeah, the day after
The
tomorrow. The day after tomorrow.
the Atlantic the Atlantic flow reversed,
Yeah,
and it decided to start a new ice age.
that's right. That's
Yeah,
the one was a disaster. That one had
yeah.
Denise Crosby in it as Lily's mom. So if you were talking
I'm
about
not
that one, Daniel,
sure
yeah,
if
that would be the
Denise
movie.
Crosby
The day
was in
after
that
tomorrow.
or not.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's been a lot of near nuclear war
No, wait, one
movies.
second. There's another one. There's another one. It's called oh, yeah, Miracle Mile. Yeah, Miracle Mile.
The Miracle Mile. Okay, I know she did a lot of like stuff like that. You know what? Speaking of Denise Crosby, I wish she had lasted at least another season of TNG. It's too bad that she got killed off. I really liked her character, Kachiar. I'm glad they brought her back, at least with as Sela, you know, the Romulan one, for unification. Hey, PvP, are you
Uh,
still there? Oh, he might be eating. Hey, PvP.
Mikey,
Yep. Yeah,
the live action movie with Henry Fonda that I was telling you about is called Fail Safe.
fail safe. Okay.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think it's the same name from the it's the 90s or 2000s with George Clooney. It's called Fail Safe.
Right. And Brad Wolf, you're right. Yeah. Mikey says the Elijah Wood movie you're talking about is a comet striking the Earth movie. Yes. That was the one I was talking about. But yeah, Denise Crosby was in that, and a very young Lily Sobieski was in it too, along with Dennis Quaid. And then Jake uh, Jake Gyllenhaal was in that one too. Yeah. And Day After Tomorrow is a different movie altogether. Yeah, good question, Lemon Pie. Where is PvP? Where is Picker? I haven't heard from him in a while. Are you all right, PvP? He could be eating, or he could be stepped away. Yeah. Well, it says
It
he's
was
still in the chat
1964.
for failsafe.
1964.
For failsafe.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Let me see what this is. I'm looking it up on YouTube. It's
Yeah.
called Failsafe from 2000. I'm trying to see
Okay.
if this is the George Clooney one. Um,
I hope you're all right, PvP. If you're still there, you can pop in if you want, or if you're still watching. I haven't heard him in a while, so I don't know. I hope you're okay, sir. Daniel, you're still doing okay, right? I see you muted, but you're all right, yeah? Daniel, you okay too?
No, no, I'm okay. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Hey, where's Coco?
Oh, he's right behind me.
Oh,
Oh, he had a
Coco.
wonderful day today.
Oh, he did. Oh,
yeah,
He
it's
wanted to go into
2000.
all the stores.
in
What?
2000? Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead, Jake.
2000 with George Clooney called Failsafe.
Fail safe. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I gotta look
yeah.
up that movie
The
again.
president is being played by what's his name? Something Dreyfus.
Richard Dreyfuss?
Richard Dreyfus is the president.
That small guy, yeah. From Jaws, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Day After Tomorrow was that climate alarmist movie, right? Yeah, it was. About the comet that hit the Earth and turned us
Mhm.
into a new ice age. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, the movie we're talking. The movie, like, yeah, is Miracle Mile.
Miracle Mile's the other
That
one
was the
you were
one I
talking
saw.
about. Okay, that's what you're talking
Okay,
about.
guys, I'm sorry, I gotta go now.
Okay, Daniel.
So
Well, I
I'll see
appreciate.
you.
Yeah, I love you like a brother. You know that, and I
Yeah,
appreciate and
definitely.
you and Coco for being here with the panel today, or I should say early this morning,
Yeah,
late night.
yeah,
So
one second. Mm,
Oh yeah, okay. If you can find
Uh,
Coco, I'd like
the
to see
day
Coco
after
real quick.
tomorrow.
Yes,
The day after
that's my
tomorrow from 2004. That's the Ice Age movie.
Deep Impact. That's what Brad Wolf said. Thank you. That's the one. Deep Impact I was talking about with the
Deep
floods and
Impact
everything.
is the asteroid movie.
Yes, that's it. Oh, Coco! Look at Coco.
Mhm.
Oh, look at him, Jay. Isn't he cute? Oh my gosh, so handsome
Mhm.
Oh,
boy. Yeah, he's so adorable. Oh, you are Coco. Yes, you are. You're a beautiful boy. Yes, you are. Oh,
Mhm.
he's. Oh my gosh, he's listening to me. He's got his eyes, and he's like, "Oh, Daddy, somebody
Mhm.
loves me." Oh.
Mhm.
Lemon Pie even says he's a cute puppy doggy. Yes, he is.
Wow.
we're the only
Oh my
ones
god.
live right now on my all my subscriber channels on YouTube. We're the only one
Yeah.
that's live right now.
Oh, really? Wow. What happened to PvP? He just disappeared. I know he said he was eating something.
Did
I
you
said,
fall
"Oh,
asleep on us?
dude, that's cool. Want to eat something?" I want to take away from his dinner, but
So I'll see you guys. I hope I see you tomorrow or
yeah, I
tomorrow
haven't seen
after.
him.
All right.
So take
Talk to
care.
you later.
Bye.
I hope he's okay. Uh, yeah, I hope he's okay on the stream. Oh,
Daniel had to
okay,
leave.
Daniel. Take care, my friend. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, that was a
Uh,
good movie, Fail
PvP
Safe, with Henry Fonda.
fail safe. Yeah, no, now I do recall it. Yeah, when you mentioned it. Yeah, that was a good
Oh
film.
man, that was
I
a
don't know if I
scary
did see.
movie.
Oh, of course. No, I remember that, but I don't know if I did see the Clooney remake. I'm not sure if I did. I'd have to go back and research my movies, and I don't know if I did see it or not. But I do recall something being live on TV, like it looked like it was live, but then it wasn't. It was actually
I
a
wonder,
mini series
I wonder
movie.
what
Yeah,
that's about.
yeah. Fail safe. Huh.
Dawn's Early Light. I wonder what that's about.
Oh, I don't know. By Dawn's Early Light.
It
Yet sounds
says
familiar.
1990 by Dawn's Early Light. It's on one of the. It's a suggestion thing. I'm looking up Failsafe to try to find the movie to watch it, and one of the
Yeah,
suggestions is by Dawn's Early Light, 1990.
yeah, that sounds familiar to me. Yeah. PvP. If you're uh, if you're still there, uh, let me know uh, sometime because I think we've only got about. I can only exist here for another 15 minutes or so. So I'm gonna go. I'll try to get it to at least 3 hours, and then I think I'm gonna crash and try to get something to nibble on before I go to bed. So
Yeah, me
if
too.
that's okay, Jay, because I know it's late for you too, so I don't want to keep you up too late.
Uh,
Uh,
I don't sleep well. I get up a lot during night. I just can't sleep.
yeah. Hey Jay, or I'm gonna go ahead and just uh let PvP go, but if he's still there and he
All
wants
right,
to come right back, he can.
all right.
Okay. He's in the backstage right now, so uh
Yeah.
yeah. So anyway, uh I guess if we want to quickly go back to Indy 5, I liked it. I know you liked it too, to an extent.
Yeah.
I know Daniel did. I know PvP did, because he had just seen it.
Mm,
And I hope that Brad Wolf, you and Lemon had both had seen it yourselves and either liked or disliked, which is totally fine. Uh, but moving forward, I was, like I said, the one thing that bothers me right now, there's like three, okay, there's three good movies that are coming out in September. And I am definitely looking forward to Expendables 4. But my issue is still with Megan Fox. And if she's going to be in that movie for any extended period of time, I may hate the film. And I'm an Expendables guy. I mean, I have the first three movies, and I love the fact they brought all those guys, back together. Stallone and
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger and everything. Uh, Bradwell says, haven't had a chance yet. Haven't had a night off. Are you gonna have a night off on Saturday or Sunday, Brad Wolf? Because I know we see you on Jet Nerdy, Brad Wolf. You've been there, and I know you've done it at least once or twice, which is
Mm.
awesome because you're very knowledgeable, and we've seen them in Pie a lot because we know
Brad is
he attends
very
the
good.
streams. Yeah, Brad is good. I was actually very surprised, pleasantly. He's very good. Yeah, I was like, wow. Yeah, he's very knowledgeable. Yeah,
Oh,
I've
that
been.
Barbie movie is gonna be stupid.
It is stupid.
I just got to.
I
I
didn't even
just
have to see.
literally got to watching the trailer. It is stupid.
I know what you mean. I feel bad for Margot Robbie. Why in the hell did she agree to such a plastic
Money,
movie? I know money. I know
money.
dollar signs in your eyes. Yes, absolutely. But come on, Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling both. Oh, I'm like, come on, you guys, both of you are well established, an actor and actress in Hollywood, and then you have to resort to a Barbie movie to play Barbie and Ken. Oh my God! I just want to
Oh my
absolutely strangle
gosh!
both those people.
You will
Yeah,
not believe what I just found on YouTube.
what's that?
I've been looking for this show for years. Barnaby
Yeah.
Jones.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, with
I've got
um
to start watching this.
Barnaby.
I
Yes.
love Barnaby Jones.
Yeah, that had Andy Griffith, right? Was that him?
With Buddy Epson.
Buddy Epson. I'm sorry. Yeah, from Beverly
Oh
Hillbillies.
my
Yeah.
Oh my God, Vegas! They got Vegas on here with
Robert
Robert.
Urich. Robert
Yeah,
Urich. Yeah.
yeah, they got Vegas on. Man, Cagney and Lacey. Where's all
Wow.
these shows coming up now?
Well, they're just showing up on YouTube. Yeah.
I know. I've never found them before.
Yeah, Lemon Pie even said it. Barnaby Jones is cool. Yeah. Even
Soap is on here.
yeah, he says even Barnaby Jones is cool.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I got a lot of shows to watch.
Yeah. Yeah. Barnaby is cool.
I did not know they had all
Yeah.
this stuff on
And
here.
Matlock.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
knew
what about
Matlock was
Matlock?
on here.
They're starting to show episodes of Matlock too, with Andy
I
Griffith. And I was
rented
like, oh,
them.
that's good. Yeah, I like Cannon too.
I
Ever seen
rented
Cannon?
them.
Oh yeah, Cannon.
Right. I rented a movie from YouTube today for only $2.99. It's called Warlock. I mean,
Warlock.
not
Okay.
Warlock. Not Warlock. It's called Wichita.
Wichita. Okay. Wow.
Wichita.
Yeah,
It is
Wichita.
a good movie.
Ooh.
It's a good western. It's with Joel McCrea. He was so good in it.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. Lemon Pie just said Cannon. That had. What was that actor's name?
Oh
William.
yes, they got Cannon on here too.
What was his name? Jay.
William Conrad.
William Conrad. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That. Yes. Cannon is a good
Barnaby
series.
Jones came. Barnaby Jones came from Cannon.
Wow. I
It
didn't know
was a
that, Brad.
spinoff.
Yeah, I didn't know that, Brad. He said, I have the next 2 nights off. Good, Brad. Enjoy them. Relish them
Oh,
for having 2 nights off. As for Ryan, he says, as for Ryan Gosling as Ken and Barbie, apparently his daughter threw away her Ken doll and he agreed to play Ken to tell his story.
uh huh.
Uh huh. Well, if that's, I believe that's probably true, Brad. But what story does Ken have to tell? Uh, you know, a lot of people could come up with
She probably threw away
different
her bobbies because her
stories.
dad was in the movie and she didn't like the movie.
That could be true. That could be true. Or maybe they got to get a sneak preview of it. Maybe, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I, I don't know about that. Yeah, I think the pilot of Barnaby had him and Ken working together. That's right. Yeah,
Do
William
you
Conrad and Buddy Epson. Yeah,
do, do you like westerns, Mikey?
I told you I did. I grew up with Clint Eastwood and and
Okay.
Rawhide and all those things. Yeah.
Go on YouTube tomorrow or whenever you have a chance to watch this movie. It's with
Okay.
Henry Fonda. It's called The 10 Star. It's free with ads on YouTube. It is
The
a
tin
very, very good movie.
the Tin Star.
Yeah.
Tin Star with Henry Fonda. Well, anything with Henry Fonda is awesome.
And also another
Yeah.
Western with Henry Fonda, but get this, it
Yeah.
also has Anthony Quinn in it.
Oh my God, Anthony Quinn. Oh
And
yeah,
Richard and Richard Widmark.
Richard Widmark. Yeah, I love Widmark.
Yeah, all three of them is in it. It's called Warlock.
Warlock. Okay.
1959 Warlock. It's free too. It. Do you
Okay.
know it's a 2 hour movie?
I never
Wow.
knew that. Yeah, I never knew that.
1959 had a 2 hour movie. Wow.
Yeah. I guess for back then that was a shocker.
Like, I guess that's what they used to call an epic.
An epic. Wait,
Well,
do you
epics were
remember?
long movies back then.
Oh yeah. Well, do you remember the horror film The Blob, the
Yeah,
1950s Blob movie
yeah.
with a young Steve McQueen and
Uh,
the gal who was uh played Andy Griffith's love crush on Mayberry, on the Andy Griffith show. I forget the name of the actress because she's passed away now, but she was on the Blob film, and
oh, okay.
the Blob itself lasted less than an hour and a half. I think it lasted about
Yeah,
hour and 25 minutes or something like that. That was short for a
yeah.
horror film. I guess
Hmm.
because they couldn't go very far. But then you had Subtle Blob, and then you had all these, you know,
Oh,
sequels and everything.
Anthony Anthony Perkins is in the 10 Star with Henry Fonda.
Oh, Anthony Perkins, who later did Psycho. Was that
Right.
him? Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
And
Yeah,
Bess
young Anthony
Myerson.
Perkins. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, Bradwood says, Ken, how to be smooth down below while your girl does 1,000 jobs. Yeah, Barbie of 1,000 jobs. Yes. Yeah, she could be
Yeah.
working and Ken just stands there admiring his team. I don't think we should tell Gorilla about the film though, because Margot Robbie is too revealing as Barbie also. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think I should tell him. But if he sees this, he'll probably find out anyway. But
I am
it's
not
dumb.
going to watch the Barbie movie. I'm not.
Not me either. No, not me either, sir. No, it's very dumb. I will not.
Only
No,
the
I won't see
animated
it.
movies were good. I saw the one where, and the only reason why I watched it, my niece, I was babysitting her at my house, and she wanted to watch the Barbie movie on USA Network, and it was Barbie goes, she's gonna sing with her band in outer space on a space station, and they go back in time to the 1950s. Then they
You know
travel
how
back to the
crazy
present,
that sounds,
and
though, Jay?
they meet the
Yeah.
little girl from the 1950s in the present, and she has a little girl.
Aw, cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew those existed, but I just couldn't get into it. But I'm glad you remembered. I could never get into those. I'm glad that
That's my
Leslie
only,
Germ.
that's the only Barbie movie I ever watched, and it's one of my favorites because I like the songs.
Right, because it's animated and yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
the live action's gonna suck. I have a feeling it's gonna suck.
Yes,
It won't do
it
well.
is.
Yeah, it's gonna go. It's
Like
gonna go straight
Jim.
to
Oh my
DVD.
God, Jim was horrible.
Yeah, there was a there was another film that came out that had Gosling in it. It was called La La Land, and I heard La La Land wasn't that good either with
Mm.
Gosling. Uh, so I never wanted
Is
to
he?
see it.
Um,
Uh,
that dude. His name was Freddie something.
what are you talking about? A movie or a person?
No, person. Freddie Prince Jr. or something.
Well, Freddie
He
Prince
was.
Jr. was in
His dad
Sanford and
was
Son.
Chico and Chico and the Man.
Yeah, Chico and the Man. Right, right.
Who is he married to? Freddie Prince Jr.
Freddie Prince Jr. Um,
Yeah, he's married
well,
to a famous
I know
actor.
he's still alive, but I don't remember. Huh?
I
That's a
can't
good
remember
question.
either.
Did you want to look it up? If you want to,
I'm
yeah,
looking
that's
it
fine.
up right now. I'm trying
Okay,
to
cool.
remember it.
Yeah,
Um,
and then Jay will.
they met in
Yeah,
a movie and got married.
yeah, I remember that. Oh wait, Freddie Prinze Jr. did a live action of Scooby Doo, didn't he? He was Fred.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes. He did a
I
couple of
liked
those.
him in that.
Oh, it says here, Brad Wolf said Sarah Michelle Gellar, who was Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
That's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And then Sarah was also in those Scooby Doo live action remakes they did.
Yes, he was Daphne.
Yes, the redhead.
I like that first Scooby Doo movie.
I liked the first, didn't quite like the second.
No,
I liked the first, didn't like the second, really, at all. I saw them both, but yeah.
I love it where Scooby's wearing a dress on the airplane.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Brad said. Scooby Doo was Fred, and Sarah Michelle Gellar was Daphne. Yeah. I felt bad for Sarah Michelle Gellar. Oh my gosh. You know, she did that series Sex in the City too, with Kim Cattrall and a couple other actresses. I wasn't much into that when that came out on HBO. Yeah, that didn't appeal to me very much. So
Yeah.
anyway,
There's
I think it's time to
there's
go,
an
Jay.
there's an old blonde joke. These
Okay.
eight blondes come into this bar and order drinks, and they're all yelling 51, 51, 51. Well, more blondes start coming in, and they're sitting with the other blondes, and they're all screaming 51, 51. Well,
Uh
the
huh.
bartender gets curious. He goes over to the table and he says, "What are y'all all screaming 51?" And the lead blonde said, "We just finished a puzzle and it said 2 years and it only took us 51 days." God dang. It, it means it's for 2 year olds, stupid.
Oh my god. Okay, that's funny. Yeah. All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna step away. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, Freddie Prince was Fred and Sarah Michelle Gellar was Daphne. I always loved Scooby Doo. I didn't like Jetsons, or I watched the Flintstones, but I didn't like them as much as I did Scooby Doo. Hated Scrappy Doo. Kind of like Scooby Dum. Dum 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 dum. Like Captain K, man, and Hong Kong Phooey. Matter of fact, the guy who voiced Hong Kong Phooey voiced Jazz in Transformers, Scatman Struthers. And Dynamite and Blue Thunder, that was a good one. Oh, they were talking about doing a live action Dynamite and Blue Thunder years ago.
Okay, I am back. I'm sorry. I had to do
That's okay.
the
I was
man.
just telling them what cartoons I like.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I just had to do the man thing. Sometimes my girls, Moon Pie and Deja Vu, sometimes one or both of them come into the bathroom to make sure Daddy didn't go down the toilet seat and disappear. And especially Deja Vu, she's
Went
so cute.
down the hole.
And Deja Vu just comes by and normally she'll come by and she'll headbutt me. She's the younger one. She's going to turn
uh,
3 soon. And she comes and headbutts me and says, "Oh, okay, good. Daddy's alive. He hasn't gone down the,
oh, I
down the
didn't know you
toilet."
had any kids.
Yeah, I have two of them. I have two cats. Do you see the one
Oh,
that's, yeah, do you see the one that's my avatar? That's Deja Vu. She's going to turn 3 years old this coming December 1st.
oh,
And we
your
have another,
cat.
yeah, my
I thought
cat.
you had kids.
No, not kids, cats. But they are our
Oh,
kids.
okay.
Yeah, our
Oh,
cats
okay.
are our kids. And
I
then Moon
got you now.
Pie, right. And then Moon Pie is 6 years old, and sometimes she'll come in and headbutt my leg just to make sure I'm still on the toilet seat.
Thank God I don't
And
have
then,
any kids. I can't stand kids. I know I was a kid once, but they just get on my
yeah,
nerves. Uh, I love my great nephew. It's good to visit him, but I wouldn't want to live with him.
right. And Brad Wolf responded to your thing where he said, "Same for me, Jay. Scooby Doo was always good. I liked the crossovers with the Harlem Globetrotters. I did too, because it was the actual Curly Neal and Meadowlark Lemon, and I got to meet Meadowlark Lemon in Arizona because he was a minister. He went to the ministry after
Yeah,
he left doing the Harlem Globetrotters,
right.
and he came through my lane a couple times. I said, "You're Meadowlark Lemon." He says, "How'd you recognize me, son?" And I said, "Oh, well, let's see. Gilligan's Island, and you guys were on there." He laughed. And I said, "You did the voiceover of your own Meadowlark Lemon on the Harlem Globetrotters show when you did a cartoon of yourself.
The Super
You also did
Harlem
it with
Globetrotters.
the Super Harlem Globetrotters. You also did the movies with the Scooby Doo gang and all that stuff." He says, "Wow." He said, "How you know all this?" I said, "I came to one of your games against the Washington Generals in Phoenix, Arizona, at an old arena that the Phoenix Suns used to play at. We got to watch the
Uh-huh.
Harlem Globetrotters." So I recognize Meadowlark Lemon. He's
Oh
hilarious. He
yeah,
was the
we
head,
watched it on the Wide Wide World of Sports.
the wide, wide world of sports. I'm Kurt Gowdy, and this is the wide, wide world of sports. Poor
We
Kurt
watched
Gowdy.
it when the Harlem Globetrotters came on, and when they had bowling.
Right. And Jay, nobody liked Scooby Doo or Scrappy Doo. Nobody liked
My
Scrappy Doo.
cousin did. Oh, my
Oh wow.
cousin did. He loved Scrappy Doo. He used to imitate Scrappy Doo. Puppy power.
Puppy power. Yep. Yeah, he was irritating, but he had that puppy power. Yeah, that was
I like Scooby Dum. Dum 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 dum.
it. You know who they modeled him after? They modeled him after uh, the from the Peanuts. Uh, they modeled him after Joe Cool, but he was supposed to be a dumb version of Snoopy.
Yeah,
And and
yeah.
and and Joe Cool was like the smart, suave, kind of laid back version of Snoopy. That's his cousin. They're related.
Uh,
So you know, so then what they did is they took Scooby Doo and said, well, Scooby Doo's pretty, smart. I mean, he's for a dog. Yeah, and he gets afraid and everything. But we got to find a dumber version. That's why they came up with the other one.
yeah.
So yeah, and condolences on the loss your cousin had. His mind. Ha 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 ha
I
ha.
did not like the 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo. Man, I had to watch it to finish it to see how they. And I don't know if they ever finished it to see if they got all the ghosts, but man, that was a dumb show.
they, yeah, the 13 Ghosts of Yeah, that that
Scooby Doo.
unfortunately had
Yeah,
Vincent Price, didn't it, as a
yeah,
voiceover? The 13 Ghost
yeah.
of Scooby Doo. Yeah, so they did 13
Hmm.
episodes of that. Yeah, they did manage to finally capture all the ghosts because I watched the finale,
Oh, okay.
13th
I
episode.
didn't
Yes,
remember. I didn't remember if they did or not.
yo, they did, but the 13th ghost was the most. Uh, he was the baddest one of all. He was the one that managed the other 12. And they had to find
Oh,
they had to get to him finally, and they did. So yeah.
mm.
Um, Brad, of course, says the Scooby Doo movie with the monster race and Shaggy was turned into a werewolf. That was great. Yeah, yeah, that was okay. I well, you know what? I did actually laugh when the fact that Shaggy became a werewolf.
Yeah.
I just go like, oh yeah,
I
that was
loved it
funny.
when
Yeah,
Batman
there's a
and
lot of
Robin were
we
on the Scooby Doo movies.
Oh yeah, when they did a team up on the Scooby Doo Adventures, the movie Adventures. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I love Batman and Robin. They used the original voices of Batman and Robin for that. Oh, that was
yeah,
cool. Yeah, and one of my all-time favorites is where they did the Adams Family on those Scooby Doo Adventures,
yeah.
and John Aston and all the original cast were still alive. Yeah,
Wasn't
so
Don Knotts in one of the Scooby Doo movies?
Don Knotts was there. Yes, they went down to some place that I think kind of reminded them of Mayberry, and they went down and
Yeah.
ran into Don Knotts, who played like a sheriff. That was funny. Yeah, I love Don Knotts. I loved him. He was one of the funniest the people. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wish I had met him. He was such a funny comic actor and
Oh, they have it on
a
DVD.
pratfall guy. Yeah. You know what my favorite Don Knotts movie is? The Incredible Mr. Limpet. The Amazing
Yes.
Mr. Limpet.
Yes.
That yes, that is the ultimate Don Knotts movie. Even if you're
Oh
never
man,
familiar,
I went
I'm serious.
crazy
If
when it was on TV. Oh Lord.
Oh my God, yeah, The Amazing Mr. Limpet. Even if you never, this is what I tell people. Even if you never watched Mayberry RFD or before that, the Andy Griffith Show, and saw Don Knotts as Barney Fife. Even if you never saw him in
Mm,
that, watch Mr. Limpet, and I
mm-hmm.
guarantee you will fall in love with Don Knotts all over again. Like he was that good
Yep.
in that film.
Didn't like
Uh,
him in the apple dumpling game, but that one, yeah,
yeah, I
yeah,
loved him in Limpet. Yeah, the other one, the what'd you call that again? The Gang. That was the Disney movie, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that one with Tim. Yeah, that one had Tim Conway in it
Tim Conway,
with him.
yeah.
Yeah, and I thought they were
The first
underused
one,
in that. Yeah.
the first one was Tim Conway, Don Knotts, and um, shoot, I had his name. He played the Incredible. He played Bruce Banner in the Incredible Hulk.
Bill Bixby.
Bill Bixby was in it. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I remembered a lot of those Disney live action, like Herbie the Love Bug, all that
Yes,
stuff.
love
That
those
was,
movies.
yeah, I love those movies too. The Computer Who Wore Tennis Shoes with Kurt Russell.
Yeah, I love my favorite Disney movie is the cat one, the black cat.
Thomasina.
It's with it's
Thomasina.
with um it's with that's something cat. It was funny. The cat.
Oh,
Um,
that darn cat. That darn
yeah,
cat.
that darn cat and the cat from outer space. Oh
And the
my
cat from
God, I
outer space.
love
Yes.
that movie.
Yes. Oh, and Ed McMurray doing Flubber. Uh, oh man. Oh,
Yes,
oh my God. I was so glad that Robin Williams redid it, and I think he did a great job. But the
yes,
original was still the best. It's still the
yes.
best. I love Flubber. That was, yeah. Brad
Who is
Wolf was
that?
also asking us.
Who is that
Sorry,
detective in that darn cat? The guy that played the detective.
I
I'm
don't
trying to
remember.
think his name. I think he was in Lovebug or something.
Oh, you mean
Uh,
well, he did a Love Bug remake film several years later. Um, it was that. Oh, darn it!
he
His name
was.
is right on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, and he did the Herbie the Love Bug. He was
Let me look
the
it
race
up real
car
quick.
driver. Yeah, look him up because damn it, his name's right on my tongue. Anyway, I'll read through the chat here real quick. Brad Wolf said,
I
"Anyone
think they
remember the Scooby Doo
redid
movie?"
that darn cat too, with a black guy who was the detective.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. They did. Anyone
1965.
remember the Scooby Doo movie with the pirate zombies and the cat witches? Yes, I do remember that, Brad Wolf. I was
Dean
able to
Jones.
watch those. Dean Jones, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Dean Jones is awesome.
Dean
He
Jones.
was awesome. Yeah, he recently passed away, but yeah, he's awesome.
Oh
Or he
no, I
was
didn't know
awesome.
that. I thought he died a long time ago. Okay.
He did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, is the ghost of Mr. Chicken good? Oh yeah, lemon pie.
Yes,
Yes, I love Don Knotts in
yes,
that one. The ghost of Mr. Chicken. Yes, that
yes.
was another one you reminded me
As a
of. Thank
matter
you.
of fact, as a matter of fact, I saw a biography of both Andy Griffith and Don Knotts, and they both said that Andy Griffith he did not get any credit. He didn't even want credit. But Don came to Andy Griffith and asked him to help him write a movie, and it was The Ghost and Mr. Chicken. Because
Yeah,
he acted like Barney Fife in that movie, the way he got scared and everything.
he did. Yes, I remember that. Wow. That's wow. That's yeah. That's
Yeah, I
amazing.
didn't like the remake of Herbie with what's that redheaded girl's name?
Oh, oh
Always
yeah.
got
No,
in
no.
trouble with
With
drugs.
no, when
Lindsay
they brought
Lohan.
yes, when they brought Lindsay Lohan into it with Herbie and a remake, no, no, no. Lindsay Lohan
Lord.
sucks. Go away. Die. Do something.
Mhm.
I hate Lindsay
Now,
Lohan.
she was good in that movie with Jamie Lee Curtis where she switched places.
Oh,
Freaky
come on.
Friday.
Freaky Friday? No.
That was a good movie.
No. okay, it was decent, but Jamie Lee Curtis was 100 times better than Lindsay in that film, in that remake.
That's what
I
made the
remember the
film.
original Freaky. I know. I remember the original Freaky Friday was better.
Yeah,
I saw the original
yeah.
Freaky Friday. Yeah, Brad Wood said the Herbie movies were great, always worth a watch. Yes, they are. I've seen the cover of The Ghost of Mr. Chicken, but never saw it myself. Brad Wolf, you're missing a lot. If you go see the movie, find it somewhere. You can buy it. I think you can get it on Amazon Prime. Um, but yes, get it because it's so good. It's so
Oh,
funny.
if you it's probably just $2.99 on YouTube.
It probably is. You could probably buy and rent it. Yeah, you could. Yeah,
And the thing
definitely.
is, when you rent a movie from YouTube, you get to watch it over and over again until I think it's a week or so,
Oh, for like it lasts a whole week when you rent it.
something like that. Because when I rented Wichita today, it said I had until August something to watch it.
Oh, oh, that's cool to know. Yeah, Bradwell says the only noteworthy part of the Lohan Herbie movie was that they digitally made Lohan's chest smaller. Weird fact. She's a porn queen, man. So
I'd
thank
rather
God
watch
they made it
Mandy
smaller.
Moore than Lindsay Lohan.
Oh, I like Mandy Moore. In fact, she's friends with me. Mandy Moore is. Yeah, on
She's
YouTube.
good in A Walk to Remember.
Yeah, yeah, she's good. The Mandy Moore is decent. She did she recently did a movie that we have called 47 Meters Down about
Oh, okay.
sharks, and she's in that, and she's actually really good in that. I was actually
Mm.
very surprised because
She
she's a
was
good
in a
singer.
TV show recently, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was, but I forget which one. But yeah, but she did a great job in 47 Meters Down. It's an indie movie. It's really nice. She's one of these gals that gets trapped underwater in a cage, and you got all the great
Mm.
white sharks around and everything. And she eventually doesn't live. I don't want to give away the movie. If you haven't seen it yourself yet, go see
You
it.
can give it away because I'm not going to watch it. I don't like shark movies.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, what happens is her friend survives, but she doesn't. But what
Mm.
happens is it's basically what the movie says. They're 47 meters down. They somehow get back up there without the bends. The movie has Matthew Modine in it as a sea captain, one of those scraggly kind. He was funny in that. And
Yeah.
they bring her back, and Mandy thinks that she's alive, but well, in fact, she's already been bitten through and died. So she was in a dream state, thinking she saved
Mm.
everyone, and in the end, you find out she died. So
Oh, Lord.
yeah, it's crazy, but she was actually very good in
Mm.
that film. And they did a remake. They did or I'm sorry, not a remake, a sequel, which was
Yeah.
called 47 Meters Down Uncaged. And this had
Oh.
freshwater sharks that were in a cave, which used to be an old Mayan thing or something. It was down there in Central America. And that was okay. That one was okay. But not as good as the first one. But we own both those films. So, yeah. Mandy Moore did a pretty good job in that, in the first one. So, and there's
Wasn't
this
she
other
a
girl
singer before she was an actress?
before she was an actress. Yeah, Mandy Moore used to sing. Yeah,
I
I
wonder
don't
why
know.
these singers always want to become an actor.
I'm not sure. Do you remember? Oh, who's the recent one that's up and coming? McKenna Grace. McKenna Grace is a singer and also an
Never
actress.
heard of her.
Okay. Do you remember Ghostbusters Afterlife?
No, I didn't
Okay.
see it.
Okay. Well, if you go see Ghostbusters Afterlife or rent it or buy it, McKenna Grace is playing Harold Ramis's uh, daughter or
Oh, I
granddaughter.
saw that scene on YouTube on a clip. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
McKenna Grace. Yeah, she's a singer. She contributed a song, You can't find your way through a haunted house. The song's called "Haunted House," and she sings it in the soundtrack of the film, and she's in the film.
Uh,
So, and they did it great. You know what? When we were talking about Indiana Jones and how they were able to digitally enhance his face, for 1944 or
uh,
early 45 Germany, and what they did with Harold Ramis. Well, of course, he passed away, some years ago.
yeah,
That played Egon. But what they did for Afterlife was they digitally enhanced when he was younger, and so they were able to actually have a standing person stand there while they digitally enhanced all of Harold Ramis over this stand-in, and it looked almost legitimate, like he was
right.
it was his spirit, and he was helping the other three Ghostbusters,
Hmm.
Winston and Zeddemore
Yeah,
and
I saw that
Bill
clip. That
Murray
was a nice clip.
and Aykroyd
Hmm.
to fight the Ghost.
Gozer, yeah. They said Ernie said that they just got through
Yeah,
filming Ghostbusters Afterlife 2. He said the film was done.
yeah.
Um,
Oh, really? Wow. So they're doing
the
a
first
sequel to
actor,
Afterlife?
yeah,
Oh,
he said that
wow.
they got
Okay.
through that the film is done.
Wow. Yeah.
Um,
Radcliffe said Mandy Moore started off as a blonde singer around the time of Britney Spears getting big. Then she went brunette. Yeah. Then she went to movies. Yeah. Mandy Moore did that.
uh,
But you see, Mandy
uh,
Moore succeeded where Britney Spears horribly failed. So that's why I
right.
like Mandy Moore so much.
Um, um, the first singer I ever saw that started in an acting job was Kenny Rogers.
I love Kenny Rogers and the Gambler.
Oh,
That's my
speaking
favorite
of the
movie.
gambler, I have a good story about the gambler that
Oh,
nobody hardly knows about.
okay. We have a few minutes. Go ahead.
Conway Twitty actually recorded the song "The Gambler."
Oh, he did. Oh, okay.
Yes. See, the songwriter, he wrote it when he was working with MCA. Well, MCA got a hold of the song,
Wow.
and Conway always listened up to about 5,000 songs every time he was going to record a album,
Wow.
and he picked the best 10. Well, one album he picked "The Gambler," and he
Yeah.
recorded it.
Wow.
Well, the songwriter found out, and the songwriter came right up to Conway, went to Twitty City, went to his office, knocked on the door, opened the door without even being told come in, and he said, "Give me my song back." He said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "The Gambler. I didn't give you permission to record that. I wanted Kenny Rogers to sing that." He said, "Fine. All you have to do was just ask me, and I'd be glad to give it to you." And he called MCA and told him to give the song back to him. He did, gave it to Kenny Rogers, and boom.
And boom.
Thank God, because Conway would not have done the movie. He hated acting. He did two movies.
Yes.
Um, one was can't remember, and the other one was Sex Kittens Go to College. God, he hated
Oh,
doing them
man.
movies.
Yeah.
After he saw all those actors outside this line at this studio, he said, "Who am I to act when all these actors are fighting to get a job just to make ends meet?" He said, "I'm not doing it anymore."
Right. Well, what was the okay? Uh, about Kenny Rogers? Didn't he also not only the Gambler movie, which I thought was good, very good, but the other one I was thinking of was there was a song he sang called "Coward of the County," I thought they made
Yeah, he
that
did that
a
too.
movie too. Yeah, they made that a movie too.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh! Wow. Yeah. Kenny Rogers
yeah.
is so. I'm glad he's still alive. Honestly,
No, he
he was
died.
Oh, he died. Oh, that's right. Oh, sorry, sorry. Yeah, you're
He
right.
died about 3, 5 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, 3 to 5 years. That's right. I loved him with Dolly Parton. Those guys. Dolly still
Yeah.
misses him. Yeah, she loved him. She misses him.
Yep.
I feel
I
badly
miss
for
Loretta
Dolly.
Lynn.
Yeah, that was Loretta Lynn. Yeah, there was also, you remember the song uh, Harper Valley PTA with Barbara Eden. Oh my gosh!
Yep.
Now that was a funny movie. I remember the
And
song explicitly,
and
but
TV
then when they
show.
put it out, it was great. Yes, yes. Well, the TV show was okay. I liked the
She
movie.
starred in a TV show too.
Yeah, I know, but I love the movie. Not much of the TV
Yep.
show. I was okay.
Yep.
I wasn't into it that much. I did love the movie though. It was good,
Yeah, the movie was great.
and that had Dabney Coleman in it. And I was like, oh, he's
Bill
so
Anderson
funny.
said Whispering Bill Anderson said that when Loretta Lynn died and he heard about it, he was doing a interview with this news reporter, and
Yeah,
she asked him, "What do you think Conway is saying to Loretta Lynn right now?" And he said, "I know exactly what he'd say.
what's that?
Loretta Lynn comes through those heavenly gates and sees Conway, and he goes, 'Hello, darling. It's been a long time.'"
Oh, that's beautiful.
They loved
And that,
each other.
they did.
A lot of people thought that they were having an affair, but they did not.
Oh
He
no,
he
no,
said they were the bestest friends, and they both. Loretta agreed with this. She said, "We never ever had a fight."
no. Well, and like I said, the same can be said of Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton. They were the best of friends throughout all of it. Like before either of them got their careers started. Because I remember Dolly
Yeah,
saying at one point, she said, "If I hadn't been married before, I would have married Kenny. Kenny would have been
yep,
my man." And that's what
that's right.
she said. And I was like, wow. And I was like, right, Jay? When you have a partner like that, that can
With
sing with
great
you, you
chemistry.
just know that they're good. Yeah, with great chemistry. Yeah. Well, and what's funny too is we did lose. Yeah, we lost Olivia Newton-John recently,
Yep.
and John Travolta, who's still alive, he said, "Ah, damn." He says, "I loved Olivia." He says, "If we could have done hundreds more Grease movies," because he said he loved doing Grease with her. He said that was one of the
Hmm.
greatest moments of his life, and I agree. And I was like, I wish they had, but unfortunately, they did a Grease 2, and Michelle Pfeiffer, probably one of her worst failures in a film. And I
They
mean, she
say
played the,
his mental ability is going down since he lost his wife because they were soulmates.
yes,
He's really going down mentally.
Travolta is, yeah. Yeah, you lost Kelly Preston. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know what he's going through. I know. Yeah, it's just, yeah, very sad. But I mean, there were just so
Did,
many great.
did you see him doing that commercial with the two guys from Scrubs?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Tell me more, tell me more.
I think he was about ready to smack both of them.
I love their commercials. They just did a new one. It was so funny.
Oh, okay. That's hilarious.
Now, I will watch commercials if they're funny. I like old style commercials, the ones we
I
used to grow up with. Mr. Whipple, Rosie,
Yes.
um, whatchamacallit, Alka-Seltzer. Those were funny commercials.
Yeah, they were.
Mr.
Here.
Whipple, please don't squeeze the Charmin.
Yeah, and Mr. Whipple's gone. Yeah, he's gone too. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and close it down, Jay, because I know it's getting late for both of us. I know it's probably
Yep.
late for PvP. I haven't seen him back. I know Daniel had to leave, so.
He probably fell asleep on us.
Oh, he probably did. I don't blame him. No, I don't
I
blame him at
actually
all.
passed. I did not go to sleep. I passed out on a stream and
You
did
did?
not. Yes, I literally passed out. I was in so much pain that I just passed out. I didn't come to for 2 hours after the stream was turned
Was
off.
ended? Oh no. Oh no. I didn't know that. I'm so sorry, Jay. Oh man.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know that happened to you. Wow. Well, you know what's funny is Gorilla, our friend Gorilla, he said that when they were doing the stream for Pop, and for pop culture, and I hope he's made it safely to Williams, Arizona by now. He should have made it by now with his friend. But Gorilla told us that in the stream they did a donation stream for Bob. After all those drinks, the shots he was taking, he literally passed out on his couch, and and they heard his snoring, because he just passed out. They heard his snoring and everything, and people were laughing. He had left his microphone on. So,
I don't know if I snored on that stream, but I literally passed out. I went to the doctor the next day to tell him that I passed out. He said, "Well, there's nothing we can do. Just keep an eye on yourself, you know." I said, "Wow, you can't do nothing."
And one last thing here from Brad Wolf, and Brad Wolf was some. I'm sorry. The last thing he said was the Mentos ads in the 90s were funny. Oh yes, Mentos fresh flavor Mentos. Yeah, yeah.
I'm a pepper. He's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
Dr. Pepper. You know who wrote that? That was Barry Manilow that wrote that song for Dr. Pepper.
Oh my lord.
Barry Manilow. Yep. He also wrote the Coke one, and he wrote the McDonald's one.
Barry Gibb actually wrote a song for Conway Twitty.
He did? I didn't know that.
Yes.
What song was that?
Yes.
What song was that?
Rest Your Love on Me a While.
Rest Your Love on Me a While. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's the sad part about the Gibbs now is the Bee Gees is Barry is the only one left.
Yep.
The only one. Yeah. Andy, Maurice, Robin, all gone.
Oh, the Eagles have decided to finally have a finale tour.
You mean finally? I thought Don Henley was done after the Hell Freezes Over one.
They are done. They have to because I think there's only 3 left.
Yep, there is only 3 left because they got rid of Don Felder a long time ago, and Glenn Fry died.
2 of them died.
Yeah. So, who do you have left? Who do you have left?
Did you ever hear of Travis Tritt's Eagles song, Take It Easy? I love his version more than I do the Eagles.
Yes, I have heard it. Yes, I love Travis Tritt.
They were in, the Eagles actually did a video with Travis Tritt on that song.
Well, Travis Tritt, do you remember the Blues Brothers?
Yes.
Okay. So the sequel they did, Blues Brothers 2000, that was a all-star lineup in that movie. It had Erykah Badu, it had Travis Tritt, it had Eric Clapton, It had Doctor Hook, guy from
Yeah.
Doctor Hook band. It had oh, who was some of the other guys? Oh, it had the guy Bo Diddley. There was
Gladys Knight.
so many people.
Not Gladys Knight. Aretha Franklin was in it again.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, Blues Brothers 2000. Do you own it
Yeah.
or have you seen it?
I saw it at the theater.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we own both.
I saw
We have
the
two. We have
original
them on
Blues
DVD.
Brothers on TV, but I went to see the Brothers 2000 at theaters. I was disappointed with the sequel.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed too, but still, come on, Paul Schaefer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad he got away from
Yeah.
David. Yeah, from the show to do the movie. So yeah, I
Uh,
was happy. Yeah,
Travis Tritt did a song for the movie My Cousin Vinny.
yeah, he did. He did. That was the one with Joe Pesci, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh my gosh, that's a
Boy,
funny movie too.
everybody gave that Marissa Tomei a ribbing for winning the Academy Award for that movie. I think she was great in that movie. She deserved an Academy Award.
Uh, yes, I do. I agree with you because Joe Pesci, you know, ever since I saw him in Goodfellas and I've seen him in Casino, and he does, with De Niro also, and I thought, he's very good at what he does. But I agree with you.
Hmm.
Marissa Tomei was barely known at that time, and she got into this movie, which I'm so glad she did, and she did a great job. And she did win an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress, and she definitely deserved it. She definitely did.
Hmm.
Yeah, she was very, very good.
Yes.
Lemon Pie says he's going to sleep. Have fun, Phyllis. Yes, Lemon Pie. Once again, a masterful job at what you do, and I really appreciate you being a
Yeah, we're
moderator for
fixing
my
to get
channel.
off here too because it's 2 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock after here for me. So yeah, it's almost the witching hour. 3:15 a.m. Oh no, sorry. Freak out. Anyway, yeah, thank you, Lemon Pie. Have a great sleep, my friend. And Brad Wolf,
Yeah.
thank you for coming by. We really do appreciate you being here as well. And Brad Wolf, come by Jet Nerdy on Saturday evening at 9 p.m. We want to
Yeah.
see you compete again. I want you to compete with us, Brad Wolf. You did such a
I
great
want
job
to
last time.
compete again if I can get on there.
Yeah, I know. I know. But I would love to compete with you and Brad Wolf. That would be awesome. I
I
would
have
love
a
for
hard
us to be
time
on
trying
there.
to get on the StreamYard.
Yeah, I have a hard enough time getting on A Question of Trek on Sunday afternoons.
Me too.
And purposefully, yes, you too as well, yeah. And I purposefully rewatched First Contact, Star Trek First Contact, because I know that's the next one they're doing, and I purposefully
Yeah,
rewatched it so I could remember some
yeah, I
stuff
gotta
from that.
watch it tomorrow.
Yeah, you've probably seen it more times than I have.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
And I
yeah.
own it.
I do too.
So,
I
yeah.
daggum bought all 10 movies on DVD because I'm missing some of my movies. And what happens when I buy it? They bring it back, all the movies back on Paramount Plus. Made me mad.
Yeah, they do. I know. Well, I have the J.J. Abrams movies too. So there's a total of
I am,
13 movies if you
I don't
say
like them
you
movies.
want to
I don't like
include
them
all
movies.
the Star Trek films. But yeah,
Yeah,
I did it because it's Star Trek. But he sucked.
yeah.
J.J. Abrams should never have touched it. He never should have went
Nope.
near it. I agree. And I hope they only do 3 movies. Yeah. So, and you know what? It's so sad. Chris Pine is asking no less than $5 million to come back as Kirk for Star Trek 4. No less than
Yeah.
5 million. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? You got to be. You can't be serious. Why are you being a money grubbing bastard? That's what I call people that ask for outrageous amounts if they want to come back and
Well,
play a role. You know.
with his star power, I can understand asking some because look at Tom Cruise. He gets $40 million a movie.
Uh, uh, I know, and I saw his.
Harrison Ford. One of the reasons why that Indiana Jones 5 is so much money to for the box. I mean the budget.
Why?
He got $30 million.
Oh, he did. Oh, wow.
Yes,
Well, how's
Harrison
he gonna?
Ford is a huge star.
Well, yeah, he's a mega star, but oh, I don't know. I love Harrison Ford, but I mean, come on, 30 million. I didn't even know he got paid that much.
Son, he only got 10 million for the last Star Wars movie he was in. He was pissed.
Oh yeah, for the Force Awakens. Yeah, for the
Yeah.
second one. That well,
Um,
okay, okay.
Tom Cruise is the highest paid actor right now. He gets 40 million.
Well, you know why? You know where he gets half of that money from? The fact that he's in Scientology,
Yeah.
and that's all I'm going to say about that. I don't want to go much further than say
Uh-uh.
that,
Uh-uh.
but
Uh-uh.
that's why he gets more than half of that from being a Scientologist, which is scary in itself as a cult. So yeah.
Don't say that. You'll get taken off YouTube. Don't say that.
Oh no no, I'm sorry, sorry. Slip of the tongue, YouTube developers. Anyway, oh, yeah, and Brad said, I was happy to listen as I worked. Thanks for the fun conversation. You're very welcome, Brad Wolf. And I hope we
Let's
get
just
to
say
see you on
this:
February.
we don't judge anybody. We It's not that we don't accept anybody. We as Christians, we do not judge people.
No, we don't judge
If
anyone.
you want to live or what any way you want to live, that's fine with us. Just don't
Yeah,
ram it down our throat.
that's what I say. Don't ram it down our throats. We know what we
But we are
believe in, and
fine with you. You do whatever you do, however you want to do. Let us do how we want to do.
right. Have fun, Mr. Cruz. Have fun. That's
Yes.
all I'm going to say
I
about that.
like his movies. I like Tom Cruise. My
Well, I
favorite
don't.
Tom Cruise movie is Risky Business.
I. Okay. To be fair with Tom Cruise, I did like the first couple of Mission Impossible films. I thought the first two were okay, and I thought he did okay. But you know what I really like him in? I like him in Jack Reacher. I really like
And
him in
what?
Jack Reacher. Jack Reacher, the Jack Reacher films he does. Jack
I've
Reacher.
never I've never heard of them.
You never heard of Jack Reacher? Oh, you should check it
No.
out. Yeah, look him up on Google. Tom Cruise as Jack Reacher, Reacher. He did two
What does
films.
he play?
Well, that's what he plays. The character's name is Jack Reacher.
But I mean, what is it? Is he
Well,
a
it's he's a
superhero or
former.
something?
Oh no no no. He's a former military officer. He's had some bad he's had some bad moments in his life, and
Uh,
he's just trying to stay off the grid and stay out of trouble. Um, but what ends up happening is he gets into trouble in a small
uh,
town. He beats up a bunch of guys, and they find out who he is. The local sheriff, and of course, the local sheriff will lose his job immediately because he's a government employee. And
uh,
it's the one, the actress. I wish I could remember her name. She was in the first Avengers. Where Coulson dies, played by Clark Gregg, and that lady in there, she goes, Coulson, he didn't have to die. It was one of those deleted scenes. I thought it was hilarious the
oh,
way she was
okay.
saying it. But that actress is in the first Jack Reacher or Preacher or whatever it is. Preacher, Reacher. I think it's Reacher. So yeah, you have to look it up. But
Okay.
yeah, let's okay. Hold on for just a sec. If I cut out, I apologize because I know.
Hmm.
Let's see here. Just a sec. Okay. Hold on a sec.
Says we got 5 watching.
I'm looking it up now. Reacher. Reacher.
Reach.
That was
Okay.
the first one. Reacher, yes.
Uh-huh.
And he's done 2. The most recent one he did, it's a novel also. Jack Reachers are novels, and the 3 of them have been adapted for the screen. And he's done 2 so far. 2 of the novel adaptations are films starring Tom Cruise as Reacher. One was called Jack Reacher from 2012. That was from the 9th novel, One Shot. And then he did a second film called Jack Reacher, Never Go Back in 2016. I saw that one too. And that was from the 18th novel, Never Go Back. So it's a novel series that he's been doing. And he's got a third one, and he's got a third one in the pre-production stage that he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
But he wants to finish. But he wants to finish this Dark Reckoning, Dead Reckoning, part 1 and 2, with the Mission Impossible series. He wants to finish it. So the part 1 is coming out this fall. That's the one that's coming out, the new one.
I think it's already out because somebody just did a review on it. So either he saw it early and it's
He
going
must
to
have
come
seen
out.
it early. Yeah, because it's not supposed to come out until I think either August or like late August or sometime in September. Because that's what I saw. I saw the trailer for it.
Hang on a minute.
Dead Reckoning, Part 1, they call it. Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning. Yeah. Brad Wolf said Jack Reacher is based off a book series. Haven't read them, but I've seen the Tom Cruise movie and the TV series they made off of it. That's right. It went to a TV series on Netflix. Jack Reacher.
It says it was released on July 12th.
Oh, it's coming up July 12th. It's only July 8th
July
right
12th
now.
is when it is going to be taken. See, I don't even know what day it is. The date of the the number. I didn't know it was not the 12th. I thought it was the 12th.
Yeah, no, today is the 8th.
It's the 8th.
Yeah, so it's supposed to come out next week. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Dead Reckoning Part 1 is supposed to come out next week. The Mission Impossible one.
Well,
I bet more
the
people go
guy,
to see that one.
the guy who reviewed it, he said that he gave it 3 out of 5 stars.
Okay, so he thinks it's a decent film because it's because it's Mission Impossible.
He says it's best to wait until it comes out on streaming service or DVD. Save your money.
Save your money. That's what he said. Yeah. Well, it's he plays Ethan Hunt in those Mission Impossible films.
Right.
And
which I didn't like the first Mission Impossible movie because they made the leader of the Mission Impossible team into a bad guy. Peter Graves would have blown up if he knew that happened.
Yeah, that's right. That was played Peter Graves' character was John Voight. Yeah, and he turned evil.
Oh,
I was like, why?
I don't know if he was alive when that first movie came out, but if he did, if Peter Graves was alive when that first Mission Impossible movie came out, I would assume Mission Impossible.
I would have asked him first of all, why'd you do it? Second of all, yeah, then I would have sued him.
Why did you make me into the bad guy, you stupid prick?
they made him into a mastermind evil villain. I'm like,
They should have
dismissively.
made Tom Cruise into the leader of the Mission Impossible team. Jim Phelps or whatever his name was. Instead of
Exactly.
making his character evil.
I know. I know. Good morning, Mr. Phelps. Yeah, this tape will self-destruct in 5 seconds. Good, you
Yeah.
know. Good luck, Jim. You know, I remember all that. You know who?
Uh-huh.
You know who I actually enjoyed? Not just Mark Leonard and Barbara Bach, because they were great on that, and Peter Graves, of
Mm,
course. But the one guy I really enjoyed when he joined the team was Leonard Nimoy after he had done
mm.
Spock. I loved him on Mission Impossible series.
I loved Greg Morris.
Oh, Great Morris, yeah. Yeah, he was the
Now,
black actor. He was good. Yeah.
remember, I don't know if you remember or not, but back in the, I think, 89, they brought back Mission Impossible with Peter Graves with four new other team members. And one
Yeah.
of the team members was the son of Greg Morris.
Oh, that's cool.
And the son went on and played an attorney on Seinfeld. He does commercials for that pretzel thing.
Oh, wait, I know who you're talking about. Was he in the final episode of Seinfeld? The courtroom
I think
scene?
he was a lawyer or something in that episode.
Yeah, for Seinfeld. Yes. I remember. I know who you're talking
Yeah,
about now. Yeah, I do. Yeah, the lawyer.
yeah. He
Uh,
actually played Greg Morris's son. He played Martian Manhunter in Smallville. He played
okay.
John Jones.
Yeah. All right. Oh, cool. John Jones. Yeah. Okay. So that was Greg Morris's son then, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
let's see. Yeah. Okay. So Brad Wolf says the only problem with Tom Cruise as Jack Reacher is the fact that Tom is small. Yeah, Tom Cruise is a very small actor. He's not very large and
Uh-huh.
not very big. Reacher
No.
is apparently supposed to be a huge guy. He's a brick S house, is how he was described. Okay, Brad Wolf, thank
Hmm.
you. Yeah, he's supposed to be a very tall, strong man, but he's a small, wiry, and strong man in the movies, the two movies he's done.
I tell
Yeah.
you, I just realized this when he said brick house. I know who I want to play He-Man,
Who's that?
The Rock.
Ooh, rocked. Yeah, Dwayne Johnson. Yeah, he
Yeah,
could play the. If they do a reboot of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, yes, I could see Dwayne do that. Yeah, I
I can
can.
hear him yelling, "I have the power."
Castle Grayskull.
Yeah. Which I think people give Masters of the Universe movie a bad rap. I know people didn't go see it, but they missed a good movie.
I, you know what? You're right about one thing for sure. Um, Dolph Lundgren may not have made a very good He-Man. I thought he did okay. I mean, I'm not going to
Yeah,
say that he did terrible. He didn't. But Frank Langella as Skeletor? Oh my
he
god.
nailed it.
Oh, oh my god.
He said
If
he
I had him
wanted
in
to
more movies,
do.
I could do it. Yeah. No,
He said
if
that he wanted to play Skeletor again.
oh my god. Is he still alive, Frank Langella? I
No,
don't know
he
if he's
died.
he died, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh damn it! If they had done more movies, or if they had done a
He
spin-off,
said in an
yeah,
interview before he
yeah,
died,
yeah.
they asked, "What is your one regret?" That I didn't get to play Skeletor again.
Oh man.
And they
That
said,
had
really?
to
And he
be,
said, oh, really? He said, that
yeah,
is the one movie I love acting in. That was
yes.
his favorite movie he did was Masters of the Universe. I couldn't believe
I
it.
I know. I know. He was definitely Skeletor. That to me was like I know it was a B movie. I know they didn't do a very good representation of the cartoon series and making it a live action film,
That's
but
the one
Frank,
thing I wish they had done was him, Dolph Lundgren, have another character, a kid or something, pull out the
yeah,
sword and say, by the power of Grayskull, then you see Dolph Lundgren going, I have the power.
I have the power, yes. But I think that uh, you and I are both agreed on this. Frank Langella should have done some more films as Skeletor. I would have
Yes.
accepted that. I
Or
love the
did
film.
some voice work as Skeletor in an animated show.
I wish he did. I wish he did because I loved him. I loved him in that film, and that pretty much is the only reason I like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe is because of him being Skeletor, and
Hmm.
that's pretty much it. I mean, that's it. That
Him
really is.
and Oppenheimer, or whatever his name was, who did the original voice of Skeletor in the 80s cartoon.
Yeah, that was
Them two
Alan
were the
Oppenheimer.
best Skeletors.
Yeah, that
Yes.
was Alan Oppenheimer who ended up being in episodes of $6 Million Man. Alan Oppenheimer. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yes,
He was the
I
first Rudy.
yes he was. Rudy Wells. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
right. Yeah, good actor too. Yeah, I miss him. I also miss him.
Yeah.
Not the one that played Rudy after him, just him.
Oh, we're all gonna mourn when Peter Cullen dies.
Oh yeah, are you kidding with the voice of Optimus Prime and stuff? Oh
Yeah.
Jesus. Oh yeah,
Him
that's
and William Shatner, we're going to really mourn.
I will. I mean, I might have been born in the United States, but I respect
Captain
William.
Kirk
Yeah,
was my hero.
yeah, and he's Canadian.
Oh
They think
well.
he's like that. Well, yeah, but he's like Canada's native son. They love
Yeah.
William Shatner. Yeah, I don't I don't know if I've ever seen him walk onto the streets of Toronto. If I've been downtown a few times, and I don't think I've ever
I
seen him
don't.
walk.
All
But
right.
I know he hangs out around here.
I don't
Yeah.
know if this is true or not,
Um,
but I heard a story that somebody asked William Shatner on stage, "Where is Captain Kirk born?" And he said Iowa.
yeah,
And then Riverside, Iowa just made a point to just make a plaque and say, this is the home place of James T. Kirk. And they finally put Riverside, Iowa
yeah,
canon
yeah. This is the hometown. Well, we
in
were
a
just
TV show of Star Trek.
yeah, we were just talking about. Remember, we were just talking about the Eagles, and we know that Glenn Fry died. So what they
Mm.
did for him in Winslow, Arizona, in the "Taking It Easy" song, he talks about standing on the corner of Winslow, Arizona. A buddy of
Uh huh.
mine, Larry Bartels, was just recently there, and he showed me the statue on his video of Glenn Fry, one of the original Eagles, standing on the corner in downtown Winslow, Arizona. He has his
Oh,
own
that's
little
cool.
memorial park right there, and it's a statue of him standing there, waiting on the corner for a Ford
Yeah,
to pull up. And
that's
what was
cool.
so funny, yeah, and what was so funny was while he was filming it, an actual Ford 150 truck pulled up to the memorial, and a blonde woman walked out at the same
Oh
time that
my
he was
God.
showing it. I was like, oh my god, just like the song. That's one of my
Yep.
favorite. That's he calls it Be Yourself Adventures. His name is Larry Bartels, Bartels. He's a longtime friend of mine, about 40 plus years, and he was there. And the Ford F-150 pulls up, goes right by the memorial, right up to the statue, and a blonde haired lady comes out, just like the blonde haired girl in the song, and puts a
Oh
flower right
wow.
by the memorial. And I was like, oh my
Oh
God.
wow.
And
Ironic,
you'll have
isn't
to
it?
check it. Yes, and you'll have to check it out. He calls his group and his channel Be Yourself Adventures. So look it up on YouTube, and he's got some great Arizona locations. He went to check out recently in the last couple years. He also's been to Disneyland, updated Disneyland before the pandemic. He was there for a few
Yeah.
episodes as well, and he's got a great channel. And I he even stayed he stayed at the El Rancho Hotel, which is in New Mexico. It's supposed to be haunted, and it's a hotel
Yeah.
that was frequented by none other than John Wayne and Glenn Ford and all of these
Love
old
John Wayne.
Western stars. Yeah, and all these Western stars, and they stayed at this place called the El Rancho, and he was there, and it's haunted. And he stayed in the room
You
where
know,
John Wayne stayed near that.
I
So
don't know why John Wayne didn't get an Academy Award for The Sons of Katie Elder. That is one of my favorite movies of his.
yeah, that's actually one of my closet favorites myself.
But
But I'm glad he.
my
Yeah, go
favorite
ahead.
movie of John Wayne ever
Yeah.
is um starts with an M. My MC something.
McClintock. McClintock.
No, it's a police movie. Um,
Oh,
my, um, my, my, not McLeod,
McHugh.
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 Loved that movie.
Oh yeah, I like
He
that movie too.
regrets not taking. Um, he said that the one regret he did was not taking the movie that he was the first one offered it
Yeah.
was the Dirty Harry movies.
Yes, I know. And you say you regretted that he never took advantage of that.
Well,
But
he said he just couldn't see him killing all those people, but then he does McHugh and he kills people.
yes, but see, I grew up, like I said, watching Clint Eastwood, watching Jack, John Wayne,
Yeah,
and if John Wayne wasn't going to take Callahan, Inspector Callahan from the Dirty Harry films, I'm glad that Clint Eastwood did. I'm really glad he
yeah,
did, Inspector Callahan. So
yeah.
yeah, I'm glad
It
about
was
that.
a sad
That
day
that
when
was a
John
great
Wayne
choice.
died.
Oh yeah, the entire world mourned.
Oh yeah,
People are still talking about him even
President
today.
Reagan did came on TV giving a tribute to his buddy John Wayne.
Yeah, he did.
Hmm.
Uh, all right, Jay. I hate to stop us. I know we could talk all night.
No, I understand. I'm getting tired myself.
Okay. All right, so we'll wrap it up here. We'll get it to about 4:05. I think we'll end it there. Brad Wolf '07. Thank you so much, my friend, for coming. I hope we see you on Jet Nerdy either later on today or in the future because you are a big part of us. We love seeing you there. Lemon Pie. I know you went to bed already, but thank you so much again.
Hmm.
You're a great moderator for my streams. You're an awesome friend of ours, and we love seeing you. And one of these days, if you do get a chance, Lemon Pie, we want to bring you on board on the panel. Absolutely, I want to have talks with you because
Yes.
you're a great person, wonderful friend. So yes, um, we also had Professor Brainy Specs. Jeff Franklin was in here. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. So, Professor, thank you for coming in. Yeah, who's this Jeff? He says. But we
Jeff
love you, boy.
Papa.
Yes, yeah, Jeff. And of course, we had Daniel's Hot Topics, my brother Daniel and Coco. Thank you guys for coming. And PvP, my Pleasant Valley picker friend from Kelowna, British Columbia. Thank you for coming in again. You probably fell asleep, so that's okay. You don't have to apologize or anything. I got you back up here
No,
just so we can finish it out and say that
no.
we did stuff together. And my wife Suzanne, who usually helps us out too. Thank you, my beloved wife. You're a wonderful partner, my soulmate, my friend, and you helped me out on some streams too. So thank you, Suzanne, my love, for being in those streams with me as well. So,
Yeah.
mwah. So anyway, yep, we're gonna finish here at 4:05. So again, thank you everyone for coming to the stream. We still
You
show
know,
three
we need to
people.
get her on the stream, on with us, and so we can talk to her.
Well, she was on the last one we did, so she'll come in every
Oh,
once in a
okay.
while and talk to us.
I
Yeah,
missed it then.
she's Moon Pie and Deja Vu's mom. That's what she goes
Okay. Well, good night, everybody.
by. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Jay, also for coming. I really appreciate you. You're awesome. Thank you so much.
Well, thank
Take
you,
care,
brother.
everyone. Take care, everyone. Oh, and God bless.
God bless.